Hello, hello, hello. Happy Sunday. It is Sunday indeed. And hey, look, my face is on the stream. So, I'm just waiting for some file transfers to wrap up. Get last week's stream off my primary hard drive so that we got a little space for this week's stream, and we will be underway with the wrap up. Hopefully all y'all's week has gone well. Mine has gone medium well to well done. I had 2 very long weeks back to back. Testing to make sure I'm still live. I actually am live, rather. Yes, I'm up. I am up. And of course, now we have to make sure that my stream link is spread across the web. Share, copy link. Oh, fuck your community notes. Right then. All right. So I had 2 of the longest weeks ever. And as hard as that was to get through, I'm hoping the rest of the weeks, the work weeks, and March are equally long. I need these long hour days. Life throws a lot of curveballs, and it's quite labor intensive to keep up with all the crises that get thrown in your lap. So, the week before this past week, I lost my tablet. I sat on it and it broke. I realized I had this nice warranty on it, so I sent it in. They couldn't fix it. And instead of replacing it, they gave me the money I spent on it, which, thanks to the greatest economy ever, I can't buy another one of the same one for that price because it's gone up like $80 or more. I paid $85 for this Asurion 4-year extended warranty plan. Since I lost a tablet about halfway through that, I asked them, can you prorate, a refund on the rest of my warranty since you're not going to do anything else for me because the tablet's dead and you don't want to replace it? And they're like, nope. Can you transfer the remaining 2 years of this warranty to another tablet if I was to pony up and buy the same one? They're like, nope. So I'm never going to use Asurion warranties again for anything ever because they don't replace the product if they can't fix it. They just pay you what you paid for it, and it's probably not going to be enough to buy another one. Douchebaggery. For that matter, I personally won't be buying any more tablets or digital devices off of Amazon ever again because the only warranty option you have on Amazon is Asurion. Now, at least with Best Buy, for example, they will replace the item if they can't fix it when you buy the extended plan. So that's something at least. Now, last week, my Fitbit got ran over, smashed by a guy. I actually ran the dude, like I followed him until he stopped. Excuse me. I got something in my lower sinuses. So I kind of followed him until he stopped. He's like, "What do you want from me?" I'm like, "You broke my watch." He's like, "What do you want me to do about it?" I was like, "I don't know. You broke my watch." And he's like, "You're scaring me. You followed me." I was like, "I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just upset because you broke my watch." And he's like, "Well, I'm sorry I broke your watch. I didn't see it." And I was like, "Oh." He's like, what else do you want? I was like, I wasn't expecting an apology. Thank you. And I just kind of left him alone and apologized for startling him by following him like a psycho. But it got smashed pretty good. Yeah, look at that. That's what it took to actually mess up my Fitbit, is somebody physically running it over. You know, I've chipped it and I've had a few like corner edge glass cracks on it. In the time that I've been wearing it, I've had this particular Fitbit for like over 3 years. It actually still works, but I can't get it wet because the screen is compromised. So anyways, I worked a deal out with my amazing girlfriend yesterday, and we got a replacement Fitbit at Sam's Club for quite a bargain, actually. And I did get a 2-year extended warranty for it through them. We'll see how that plays out if anything should happen, God forbid. But yeah, I'm done buying tablets and Fitbits through Amazon. I mean, honestly, the prices are just all over the place, and it's all just cheap Chinese trash and knockoffs and garbage and refurbished nonsense. It is what it is. So 2 electronic devices in like 7 days have been destroyed in my life. Woe is me. Absolutely woe is me. And in the meantime, I think I worked something like 49 and a half hours the week before this past one. And then this week it was like 47 3/4 of an hour on the clock. Plus, you know, the 2 hours a day or so of commuting. So it's been a long time, long week. But yesterday was my first good payday in like almost a month, because I get paid for the week before. So on yesterday or 2 days ago, I got paid for the Friday a week before that, because my pay is actually a week behind, and this is how a lot of people are doing it now. It used to be your week ended on Thursday and you'd get paid for Friday for, you know, Friday through Thursday. They got it all fucked up though. I don't like it. Because imagine you work like a 60-hour a week or something crazy like that after you work like a 30-hour week, and then you get paid for a 30-hour week after 60 hours. It's very demoralizing and it's psychologically fucked. Whoever came up with that should be stood next to the guy that invented the radio commercial where 2 people are talking to each other, and then they should just be pelted for like 45 minutes with like frozen paintballs, and then like strung up and like whipped with like a weed eater, like with a line trimmer with like 12-inch long lines, you know, so it doesn't break the skin, it just hurts really bad and it's all over the body and it's just rapidly whipping you. Terrible idea. Terrible idea. All right, so I do have some pictures, I think. Yeah, hold on a second. All right. So, what order are these in? It's hard to tell. I don't know. You see how they're like, some of these pictures are named camera? I didn't do that. I don't know what the fuck that is. It's very frustrating. But I believe that can we sort these by date modified, please? Dude, I fucking hate Windows 11. I really fucking do. All right. So I believe this was not this past week, but the one before that. Tearing up shingles. This is just kind of like a normal roof of like the kind of stuff we do a lot of with this contractor I'm working with. I'm gonna readjust my microphone. Let me check my audio. Cause like I feel like I have to turn my head this way to talk, and that's just not comfortable at all. What is that looking like? All right. Am I squarely facing the screen? Yeah, that's a little better. Oh, damn it. All right. So we don't have to, I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. There we go. So, yeah, we use the pitchforks to actually get under the shingles from the side and peel them up that way. And then we use this thing to, like, pull up all the nails. Because if you look here, you get the nails that actually hold the shingles down. And if you were to pull up the nails to try to get the shingles up, it's inefficient. It takes too long. It's sloppy. So what we generally tend to do is we'll come in from the side up in the seam of the shingles with the pitchfork it, pry it up, and then basically some of the nails come up, most of the nails stay in place, and the shingle just rips off the top, like pulls the shingle like right out off the nails, and the nails are just stuck there. And then we come back and get the nails later, and then we dry it in with peel and stick. Normally you do this from the bottom. Why it's up here first is so that we can put the new shingles when they come and deliver them, because they have to bring them up on the roof, the new bundles of shingles we're going to put on. We dry in an area for them to set that on, so we don't have to like move those to dry something in. It gets really annoying. Now on this particular job, that's my foot. On this particular job, we hired some temporary guys, some new guys for the short term to help us get through, because we're going to be like really busy. We got like a dozen roofs to do like rapidly. So we need all the help we can get. I don't normally besmirch anybody, but these guys are not particularly helpful. They're slow for one thing. They're not detail oriented for another. And I'm not going to say anything about their personal lives and how they live, because I've lived in a similar fashion in my past. So no judgments there, but their work ethic leaves something to be desired. This here is the disintegrated felt layers of the old roof. You can see there's 2 layers of it, and it's all like dried up and brittle, and it just basically disintegrates. It's not good times. And it's been windy lately, so like the wind's just blowing this crap all over everybody's yard, and I have to go clean it all up. And then those new guys are supposed to clean it up, but if they can't get it with the rake, they leave it, and then I have to go find all the nails and stuff that they missed, because they're just gonna leave nails on the roof. It's not a good look. But yeah. Excuse me. Thank you. So, anyways, yeah, stripping the roof, stripping the roof. That thing over there is like a dumpster. It's like they call it an equipter. It's actually like self-propelled, so you can unhook it from your truck and drive it around the yard. It's got a motor, and you can lift it up, and it also dumps. It's badass. I'm gonna have to sneeze again soon. I fear. Anyways, I don't know what that cloggage is all about. But yeah, we got this one done pretty good, pretty quick. And these are the new bundles, just all spread out, ready to shingle down. Shingle up, shingle down. Yeah, and it went pretty well. I don't like that the mute button on this microphone is underneath, because it's easy access. I can easily like trigger the mute on the remote, but on the microphone, but there's no touch feedback, no haptics, so it doesn't click, it doesn't vibrate or anything when you hit the button to mute the microphone. So you have to physically look under there and see if it's a green light or a red light to know if you're still muted or not. Crappy design. Ah, yes, this is where we wrapped up that mall job where we put in all those stalls. All these like 10 by 10 and like 10 by 20 stalls for these people to have their indoor flea market. Now, bear in mind, all this is getting torn. Like the entire building is being torn completely down and hauled off in like 2 years. So we're doing all this to last 2 years. And everybody that's renting these stalls is doing these like weird homeowner association politics, like grift games, and they're trying to get over on each other and trying to like deceive each other and impair each other's sales, and they're all paying $500 a month, and then they're selling all their crap for way too much money. It's a joke. So they wanted me to put down this tape to kind of delineate where your merchandise goes. Because if it goes out into the aisle, it's a fire hazard. Because if, there's like a fire alarm or something, everybody has to go out the exits. There's shit out in the aisle and they trip over it. People trip over it. Person that rents that stall is liable. So the tape is like, keep your shit behind this line. And it's like just a tape. You can see it's got a backing. And then I use this rail to essentially just lay the tape to the rail. At first, I was like using a razor knife to just like score a line in the tile along the edge and then like laying my tape to that line that I scored. But then I realized I could just keep this piece of track. It's like a metal stud track, which is what the walls are made out of. I could just keep it in place and just tape right to it. So that's what I started doing. Went fast after that. And I used up a lot of this stuff too. Apparently, you can buy this tape at Harbor Freight. So if you think it looks cool and you want to use it on random shit like your skateboard or something, they sell it at Harbor Freight. Our painter that we use is a piece of shit. This is like mud from like when we mudded over the wall, like over like taping over the seams and like fixing holes and stuff. That's one thing. But if you actually pay attention and see all these little micro dots, that's overspray. This dude sprayed the walls with a paint gun and made this much of a mess. Now, before you ask, yes, tarps do exist. You could put down a tarp in each stall and then paint it, and then move your tarp and paint it, and then move your tarp and paint, and then move your tarp and paint. This guy didn't do that. So there's overspray every fucking where. And so my boss asked me, is there any way I can get it up? And I'm like, oh yeah, absolutely, with a bunch of elbow grease. Because whatever this stuff is, like, it just does not like to come up. And if you want to use some, like, industrial chemical, like Goof Off or whatever it's called, Goo Gone or one of those types of products, I mean, it helps, but it was a mess. And they paid a guy to professionally come in and clean the floors with, like, those floor cleaner machines, and he couldn't get the overspray off. Because our painter is an idiot. He's a nice enough guy, but number one, he talks too much. And that's saying a lot coming from me because I talk too much. But he also just is not very detail-oriented, which is a terrible trait for a painter to have. How can you be a painter and not be detail-oriented? All of your work is going to suck. There's a giant bucket of tape. You can see it's kind of got like a little bit of a metallic sheen underneath the plastic that it comes in. But it does. It's a little semi-metallic. A little bit of a foil look to it. But here's where like I actually mopped with like a Swiffer down the road so that I could have like a clean surface to apply my tape to, and you can actually see how gross the floor is. But it is what it is. I think it came out pretty good, all things considered. This is a screw in my tire. And fun fact, I found this about 2 weeks ago, and fun fact, it's still there. Because I have a road hazard warranty through Tire Choice, and in all their infinite wisdom, they don't have any stores within like 40 minutes of where I live. And I work all week. Like, we're talking 12, 13 hours from the time I leave my house to the time I come back home. And then I guess I could go do it on a weekend, but god damn it, dude, I'm tired on the weekends. So I'm just driving around with a freaking screw in my tire. It leaks a little bit of air, not a whole lot, but it's a problem. It needs to be patched. It can be patched. And if I don't go to Tire Choice to have it patched, then I have to pay for it. And then my girlfriend, like, she looked into it for me because I was doing a 2-hour appointment. She's like, well, maybe I can find a place nearby. She like called like somewhere between 2 and 5 places, and they all wanted like some massive late, like, oh, we're going to appoint you for 5 days from now. I'm like, are you shitting me? It takes like all of about 20 minutes to patch a tire, and you don't have 20 minutes to patch a tire. Oh, we're understaffed. Well, of course you are. I worked at a tire shop. You guys don't want to pay anything. To hell with you. Anyways, rant over. This is my tablet that was damaged, and they wanted some information from it so that they could process the warranty claim. Also, they could pay me not enough money to buy the exact same one, which is fucking retarded. Here's another roof we recently stripped. You can see there's shit all over the yard because the wind just keeps it blowing, and then the guys that we hired just let shit go right over the edge. They don't care. They don't try to stay tidy. And so I come in here, and I have to basically clean all this up by hand. Now, if the new guys that we hired, they use a rake, and the problem with the rake is this shit's real brittle, and you try to rake it up in a pile, and you're just breaking it into smaller and smaller chunks, and then you're just going to leave it lay there if the rake don't grab it. They're worthless. They really are. If you pick it up with your hands, yes, that sucks, but at least you get it all. My employer's like, why don't you use the rake? And I'm like, look at the yard after I finish and look at the yard after they finish and don't ask me ever again. But look at it. It's all over the place. I had to do all this by hand. Yeah. There's my broken Fitbit. This is a flat roof on top of that mall. So you know where I was doing the stalls for the indoor flea market. This is directly over that. There is some leaking around this air handler. It's a massive air handler for air conditioning. There's a bunch of them up there, and if you actually look here, so apparently how they do this is you have the truss for the building, and then you put the metal sheets over that, which is like the metal of the roof that you see on the inside, like. Well, if you're inside the mall and you look up, you'll see those little fake office building square ceilings. But if you move those squares out of the way and look up in there, there's like this ridged corrugated steel panel, and that's like the roof, right? Well, then they put about 4 inches of insulation over the top of that. And then over that, you put like almost like a felt paper, tar paper type stuff, and that's like this layer that you're seeing right here. Like, and then over that, they pour like some kind of hot tar gook, and then they drop gravel on it, and that's how they did the roof back in the day. Well, here you can see there was like penetration into the insulation for whatever reason in a couple spots. And so how we had to fix this is to scrape all that hot tar gook and rock and gravel back, and you can see it's all gooky and it's a mess. I got it everywhere. And then of course the roofing cement is a mess, and I got that everywhere. We have to get all that kind of like scraped off, and then what we do is we apply just a whole bunch of roofing cement all through here, and then we put like roll down roofing on top of it, like granulated roll down, similar to like this hot tar roll that we use, but we don't have to torch it because the roofing cement makes it tack to the surface. Oop, wrong way. But we patched a pretty large area because we weren't entirely sure where it was leaking. So you can see standing water over there. And if you look over there, that thing right there is like an actual drain. So when the roof gets full enough with water, it all runs down these drains. I don't know where it goes after that, but it goes somewhere. Right. Right here actually is another patch, I think, where somebody did what we were doing here. So there's that. There's a better look at like that foamy kind of insulation underneath there, and here's like somebody had nailed this down, this collar of felt around the air handler, and it failed. And here's the electrical plug on the side of the air conditioning unit. Apparently they put outlets out there so you can do work up there, which is kind of useful because you need it. All this had to come off. All this. Somebody had used some foam over there, some spray foam too, which was just ridiculous. Had to clean all that off. There's a piece of foam right there in the corner. There's a bunch of foam right there. All that foam was like all up here. So you see all this whitish kind of discoloration. That was all like spray foam. Some idiot decided to fix it that way. Here's that sheet stuff that we put down. And you can look along the edge of this piece that we put in. It's all roofing cement, just all tarred on there real good. And we didn't get to finish this fix that day because this pipe that runs condensation from the air conditioner away started leaking. And it was dripping straight down right here, and it was running out of this rail and dripping straight down over there. So that's actual water. And if it's wet, you can't patch a leak. You can't patch a wet leak. It doesn't work. Yeah, so we ran into a bit of a problem there. You can see all the water. Sucks. So we patched right there, and we patched a little bit in the front, and then we basically had to stop and come back after it was dry. So they had to deal with more rain getting through, and we're like, well, what do you want us to do about it? Yep, there's that other roof that we were tearing off of the messy yard, the most recent messy yard I showed you. It's almost completely shingled up. Look at them go. They're proper machines. Our two main guys, these two dudes are really good. They work hard, they work fast. They're decent quality, like they're pretty good dudes. As far as coworkers go, they're not the worst at all. That's effectively like my immediate boss, and he works under the big boss, and this is the new guy, one of the new guys, one of the new hires. No names, never any names, no identification, because they haven't consented to being a part of any of this. Yep, so they're putting the cap on, and then all this is going to get cut out, and then a roofing vent, which is that stuff over there, that metal vent goes right there to let the heat escape, because heat goes up. It's pretty cool. This is a concrete pour that I did the week before last. maybe, I don't know. I get my days mixed up. Anyway, I poured some concrete recently. It was great. Maybe it was just last week. I don't know. Concrete pump dude's here. I've worked with this dude in the past. Actually, I knew who he was. The concrete showed up 2 hours late to this concrete pour. It wasn't a huge pour, mind you, but you can see there's some water on the plastic, and then the pump guy decided to add a whole bunch of water to the concrete, and so it was just soup. We were pouring straight soup. It was a mess. And I don't know if you have any experience with concrete. You probably don't if you're watching this, because not a lot of people construction, it turns out. Concrete poured on dirt, it dries out pretty quick because the water has somewhere to go. But when there's plastic sheeting down, the water kind of stays and has to come out of the top and evaporate out, so it takes longer to set up. The reason you put plastic down like this is because this area of soil was sprayed with a termite prevention pre-treat chemical. And they like to put down plastic after they spray for termites so that water doesn't wash out the product, the termite product, and all that. And this is an addition. This slab we're pouring is going to be part of this house. They're going to probably take out these windows and put doors there maybe, or just take out the whole wall. I don't know. And this is going to be like a wood paneled floor and like a room. And so like anytime it's connected to an existing structure, you got to pre-treat for termites. It's building enforcement stuff, building code. There's the pump guys pumping away, pumping. Oh, we got it all down. And yep. That's what it looks like after we pour it down and stick it, use the piece of 2x to like pull the mud flat, and then I come in with like the bowl float. And what you're doing with the bowl float is essentially shaking the rock, the aggregate, down in the mixture and shaking the cream up, the Portland cement. And there's going to be some ridges because, you know, when I hit this with the bowl float, it was wet. So then I come back again and bowl float it a second time after about 10, 12 minutes, knock these ridges down and make it a little more flat. And then we wait until it's time to trowel it. And there's after my second hit, you can see it's a little smoother. And then he put in these anchor bolts, my partner, who is kind of more his job than mine. The reason they put these bolts in is because this is going to be a wood-framed wall. If you're going to lay block, there would have been tie rods put in, which are like these little 1 foot by 4 foot L-shaped pieces of rebar. So like the L part on the bottom is like 1 foot long, and then the tall part of the L is like 4 foot long, and then that would tie directly into the steel that's in the footing. And for block walls, but because it's a wood frame wall, you put like a horizontal piece of wood over these screws with holes drilled in it, obviously. And then you use these bolts, or these nuts rather, and washers to secure the board to the concrete. Now, these don't go all the way down to the footing, but they do tie into the concrete. So it is what it is. So there's what it looks like before we start to troweling. There's what it looks like after we finish troweling. We would have done a slightly better job, but this is not going to be an exposed floor. It's going to be wood floor. So we just have to make it flat, and that's it. Honestly, a lot of this floor came out really good, except for like this main middle spot right here. We could have hit that again because it's right in the middle, you know, so it's like the wettest. And you can kind of see that there's a little bit of ridulation going on there. It's not real bad, but I grew up finishing concrete, so I was not happy with this finish because I can do significantly better. Like there's even some chatter marks right there that it wasn't real bad, but it was kind of obvious. And like we could have fixed all that, but because the concrete came 2 hours late, if I would have stayed long enough to fix all this and hit it again, it would have been like sundown by the time I left the job. There's another hit. There's another glance at those chatter marks. Chatter marks, basically, it's hard to explain how it works, but you want to get that flat and smooth. And if you actually look, there's these hairs. That's fiberglass. They put fiber mesh fiber mix in the concrete. It's like fiberglass. It helps with like hairline cracks and stuff. It's not as good as like a rebar or a wire mesh mat, but for small cracks it helps. But this is actually a small detail picture, so you can see those chatter marks. I would definitely have wanted to fix those, and had we have trialed this twice instead of once, it would have came out a lot better. There's me fixating on my fucking chatter marks. I can do so much better than that, I swear. Anyways, the homeowner was happy. Everybody was happy. I wasn't, but I was the only one, so it was a net win. So after we got all this done, I went directly behind me was like this barn type thing, and there was like an outside shower over there. And I happened to have brought a change of clothes with me, so I kind of just went into that outside shower and like changed my clothes because I was all covered in concrete. And then I went home after I stopped at the store for a White Claw. This is a picture of that messy roof. No, this was a different messy roof, maybe? I don't know. These pictures are all out of order, but look at this shit. Look at this shit. Anyways, this was new. I've never done this before. So apparently, sometimes on a flat roof, you'll use like this rubberized mat, and it's got like a tar layer under it, and then so you basically like put down some kind of substrate, and then you get your roll, and then you use a propane torch to melt the bottom of the roll, and then unroll it. So you torch and unroll, torch and unroll. So it's basically molten on the underside. So as you're rolling it, it's kind of just like liquid adhering to the surface you're unrolling it over. And then after it kind of like cools off, you can see like there's some meltiness coming out from underneath. You paint it with like this silver like aluminum fiber paint stuff. It's weird. And the texture of it's wild. I don't think you're supposed to use a roller to apply it either. And I'd never used this product before. So when I got started, it was kind of like I wasn't doing a real good job initially, but I kept remixing it, which is something nobody apparently does. Because I thought it would help with the texture because it's real weird. It's got like this oily kind of like watery texture, and then the aluminum like color, and then all the like glumpy like molten milk like melted milkshake looking like chonk in it like is like the fiber, I guess. And like I keep mixing it and stirring it back up and agitating it so it stays consistent, and I feel it really helped out with the overall texture of applying it. And as I went, it did seem that I got a better yeah, there it is, fibered aluminum roof coating. But as I went, I feel that I got a pretty good application because like what you're looking for is to make sure the entire surface is like kind of like silver. And if like these vertical ridges have like any lack of product in them, you got to roll some into like those products, and especially along these seams right here. Yeah. I went and took a break, so I put my lid on and with my roller inside and went and got off the roof and took a break. But I got pretty good application, and honestly, like my boss man, he was like, "Dude, I've never seen anybody do that many square foot with one bucket before." Like the guy that we had on before he quit and you joined up, like he would have used like 3 buckets for that roof. I was like, 3 buckets? I mean, I guess you could have mopped it on thicker, I suppose, but like we need even coverage, right? So like it doesn't have to be this thick or that thick. They didn't tell me it did. They're not like it has to be exactly this thick. They didn't specify. They just said paint the top of this stuff. So I painted the top of the stuff. Realistically, if I didn't paint it on thick enough, it might come to pass in like a year and a half. We have to come add another coat, and we might have to make it a little thicker. But this stuff's supposed to only be good for up to 5 years anyway. So if it fails a little prematurely, it's like whatever it costs a bucket, and then for me to take the time to come up there and redo it, like won't cost the company all that much. So like I didn't know that you were supposed to use like all 2 buckets. There's like, oh, keep using it until all 2. They didn't tell me that, and I was like, did it matter if I use 2 buckets? And he's like, I don't think it does. And I was like, all right, well then it's good, right? Net win. That's my attitude about it anyway. So it just so happened to work out that I set a company record for being sparing with it. And I think a lot of it came down to the fact I kept mixing it to keep the consistency of the product even. And then what I would do is like once I dipped my roller into the bucket, I would kind of like mop it circularly onto the surface and then roll it in. And I think that made a big difference for distributing the product evenly. This is my new RAM. It's upside down in this picture, which that's annoying me. There we go. So I had 16 gigs of RAM in this computer that I'm using right now. I've been wanting to upgrade to 32 gigs for a minute. It doesn't make like a drastic difference, but it really does help out, like for if you're multitasking, like when I'm live streaming and playing a game and watching horror movies on my web browser that you can't hear, but I can type situation. A little more extra RAM isn't a bad idea. Now, I feel that I practically stole this stuff for how little I paid for it. It was like $60 and like same speed as my previous RAM, 3200 megahertz, but 2 points faster on the clock. So it was like CL16 instead of CL18, which my previous RAM is like CL18. So it's got faster timings on it than my old RAM, and it's got RGB. But I cannot for the life of me figure out the RGB on this fucking RAM, and it's really pissing me off because like sometimes I can get it to sync to like my motherboard's color like schema for the RGB for like my fans in there. But if I try to like do stuff with like Razer or whatever, like one or both like sticks of RAM will desync and then just do random shit. And so right now they're just in my case just rainbowing while everything else is the same color. So I don't know how to fix that. The only other option I could think about is just turn it off or just let it go. And I don't honestly know how to turn off the RGB on this RAM. I don't know how. So it's just gonna sit in my motherboard and rainbow strobe or breathe. It's more like a breathe than a strobe. So it's just a breathing rainbow in there. Breathing rainbow. I don't know why my sinuses are so screwed up today. So please excuse that. So yeah, here's those timings. Pretty good timings from what I understand. I don't really know how most of this works, to be honest with you, but I'm told it's pretty good. Now it says 2132 megahertz here for DRAM, but I later got the full 3200 megahertz. Now this I actually did get it to be uniform color with the thing, but then it messed up and started rainbowing. So I don't know. The RGB on this RAM is just ridiculous. And if I had to point the finger at anything, I would not point my finger at the RAM itself. I would probably just say that the motherboard I have is just being a dick. This was a pre-built gaming PC that I bought, and I would say that the weakest link is the motherboard. It does its job fine. It's got, but if I was going to go with like a better graphics card, because I have a 3060 in here. I don't know what's in my sinuses. If I was to go with something better than a 3060, I'd probably want a better motherboard, to be honest, because I'd be concerned about the lanes of PCI Express actually being 4.0 or whatever, and I don't know if they are or aren't. And then too, like oh my goodness. I think the motherboard has some kind of proprietary light controller software or something. I don't know. It's weird. It's a BioStar motherboard. I don't know anything about BioStar. But I know you also don't need a $500 motherboard to be a gamer. You just don't. Most of the features that make it $500 aren't even worth it. Most people won't use those features. All you fundamentally really need. I need to blow my nose, maybe. Let's try that out. Hold on a second. My goodness. What a mess. Where was I? Where was I, Jack? Taking you out behind the tennis ball court for a push-up contest. Yeah. So, anyways, as far as my computer is concerned, my next upgrade is gonna be a bigger SSD, maybe faster SSD, like a 990 or something. And I have a 500 gigabyte SSD on there right now, and the only games I really have on my my main hard drive is EVE Online and something else. Most of my games are on an old, hard disk drive, a Western Digital Black. I think it's like 3 terabytes or something. Enough for my library, anyways, because I don't have like a million games. I have a few, but I don't have like a million games. And I don't play those hard drive chugging shooters either. I'm not really much for PvP and shooters as much. But yeah, I'm gonna get a bigger, faster solid state drive for my primary drive for my operating system, and some of my more some of the games that I have that would actually benefit from faster read write. And after that, my next upgrade is probably going to be a more robust power supply. And honestly, at that juncture, I'm not 100% whether I would rather have a better graphics card first, or if I would rather have a DDR5 based motherboard with a different processor. I believe what's in there now is like an i7 12 something or an i5 12 something, like 12th gen i5 or i7. I don't really think I would benefit from an i9 whatsoever. So, all things being equal, like I would probably trend towards the fastest and bestest i5 since I'm just a gamer and I'm more of a hobbyist than an enthusiast or a professional. Or like a generation or two behind on the i7, so maybe like not the bestest baddest like i7, but a really good one, like one of the higher tier i7s maybe. And then pair that with like a motherboard with DDR5 support for RAM. And I would also like to see a couple features on that motherboard that mine doesn't have, like a more widely compatible RGB controller. Not that lighting matters all that much, but it's better if you have a mainstream motherboard that just has better compatibility with RGB. Because Oloy RAM, the Owl RAM that I have, like they're a pretty good company. They're not as big as others like Crucial and Corsair and whatnot, but honestly, like they get pretty high ratings. Like whenever I buy things, I shop for a month or more and I look at reviews and I look at like what customers say about their experience with it. I look for customers that have had it for a while, at least a couple months, and then see what they say about what I might want to purchase. And then I usually make my decisions based on that. So it's pretty good RAM. And I'm thinking the weirdness of the RGB is because I have some weird nobody motherboard in there. And I don't know who I would go to for a motherboard for my next one, whether I'd go Gigabyte or Asus or Republic of Gamers or any of. I don't know. I really don't. I don't care that the motherboard looks flashy. I just need specific features. I would like to see a what do they call it? A Thunderbolt port for external memory. Because I'm thinking about getting like a hard disk enclosure for like 3 to 5 drives that interfaces via Thunderbolt, and using that for my media. Because then, yeah, I can have a space to store all my, my music, my ebooks, my movies and TV shows and whatnot off of the computer. And honestly, I'm not so sure how SATA works as far as PCIe lanes because I'm not a computer expert. But I'm always concerned that adding additional peripherals or like putting expansion cards and whatnot in there will just clog up the lanes, because from what I've recently come to understand, like Intel basically only offers 16 lanes of PCIe with like a dedicated 4 off to the side for your solid state. So if you add a second solid state drive, that immediately takes another 4 lanes of PCIe, which could have all gone to your graphics card. And I believe that my 3060 only effectively uses, for the most part, 8 lanes of PCIe. So, like, it's possible, like, I could put a secondary solid state in there with no real issue, but moving forward, if I'm going to stick with Intel, because I just have misgivings about AMD processors. I'm sure they're fast and all, but I have a lot of experience with Intel and I like them for processors. I just I can't help but feel that like it would be best to leave all 16 lanes dedicated to a graphics, your graphics slot, because I won't have a 3060 forever. Some of the graphics cards I've been looking at and shopping for in the recent past, just kind of playing around with considering, is like a 4070 Ti Super with like 16 gigs of like VRAM, which is pretty good. You know, if you got 32 gigs of regular RAM and then you got 16 of VRAM, that's quite a lot of volatile memory for, things. And a lot of the games I play, since a lot of the newer shit is shit to me, like it's just a bunch of garbage. And I'm not going to talk about from like a political activist perspective, like, oh my God, I can't believe they have pronouns in a character creation screen. It's not about that. If you actually look at these AAA titles that are releasing over like the last couple years, they're not ready to play on day one, and they have a lot of serious mechanical issues with the game, like a lot of crashing, a lot of glitches, a lot of bugs, a lot of unpolished optimization that's just chugging your system's resources for no reason. Like there's no reason why it should need this much processing power, and it does anyways because it's just poorly optimized. Just they're not doing a good job releasing games that are in one piece. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. Like we're talking like 10 years ago, like you'd buy a game and on day one you could play it for the most part. I mean, there was that whole debacle with No Man's Sky, but it's not that way anymore. So like I don't care about AAA titles like I once did. And a lot of the stuff that I like the most and I spend the most time playing, funny enough, on Steam anyway, are early access titles. Small developers, small studios. And I have a lot more fun with them. And so as a result, I'm not in a particular rush to do all these optimizations to my hardware and continue upgrading my computer at like a breakneck speed. I mean, probably within 12 to 16 months, I will have a new motherboard now made to switch over to DDR5, which by that time, I'm sure DDR6 will be available. And so I'll just be behind the curve because I'm kind of poor. It is what it is. But for today, I'm pretty well set up for my gaming. Like I have a pretty good situation for gaming. I can't run everything on ultra, but I don't need to. I also don't 4K game. I don't have a 4K or an 8K monitor. I have a 2560 by 1080 monitor. It's a widescreen. I thought about the possibility of like going to a 4K monitor or one that supports 4K anyways, even if I don't run it in 4K res. But I just don't know. I mean, this monitor it's about the right size for like anything more, like I won't be able to look. Like I can play games on this screen, and like if it was any wider or if it was any bigger in general, like if it was like I would have to turn my head to go look at my health bar and turn my head to go look at the auto map. And then they got the curved ones too, which this one is slightly curved. And I mean like curved. Like I could get 2 curved monitors to kind of do one of these situations. But if you try to play a game like that, it's untenable. Untenable, I tell you. And half the people that have a second monitor, like, I don't know. So I don't really I'm not certain of the wisdom of even caring about getting a monitor that's different than the one I have as far as for gaming. For gaming, this one cuts the mustard just fine because 1080 gaming is fine by me. Like at the end of the day, like I don't need a 4K freaking monitor because 4K monitors are profoundly greedy with graphics resources, and they're just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You get twice as many pixels or whatever the case is. I really don't care. I just don't. I mean, if I have money to just piss away, that's fine. But like, I would literally have to have like twice the graphics card that I have now to like seriously consider 4K. And then the 4K monitors themselves are expensive. Like this monitor right here only set me back like $200. Like for a monitor in a similar like configuration and size, it's 4K. It'd probably be like, I don't know, $600-700 minimum for just like an entry level one. And then you look over at these Samsung monitors and stuff, they're like $1,200-1,400. You can buy a whole nother computer like mine for that. It's like, no. It's not worth it. I was thinking about maybe getting like a smaller monitor to sit on my desk, like a little like portable monitor type thing, like that just kind of like was like a tablet, like it just props itself up, so that I could have like my to have like a second screen to run my OBS studio on, so I could have all my streaming information off this screen, and then have my chat window open right there so I could see chats in real time and maybe even interact with people on Discord all on a second screen. That might be cool. But again, nobody watches me. Like I get one, maybe two viewers a week that stick around for a little while. So it's hardly worth my time to like invest all of that in something that's not going anywhere yet. Maybe it never will. So just a little insight into my way of thinking. This is the same roof on top of that mall, by the way, that you've been staring at for I don't even know how long while I've been babbling incoherently. This is a fix that they had actually previously done before I hired on, and it did not hold up. There's still a leak, and so we got to looking over here, and what they apparently had done is this stuff right here that you're seeing, this splotchy, blobby stuff. They basically just poured hot tar over the area, and I was like, oh, that'll stop it. And of course, the water probably just got in under the edges of the hot tar and worked its way over to where the original leak is, and it's just like, well, there you have it. Turns out the leak was like right here. And so we peeled up a lot of that stuff, actually. A lot of it. And we ended up using that stuff over the top of the existing stuff and just doing a nice huge patch. You can actually see the lines of the original felt sheeting stuff, the tar paper. Now, meanwhile, at the same building, this TPO stuff, which they put over to prevent the roof from leaking, because that's actually the ridged roof that you see inside the mall. If you take off the fake ceiling, you'll see this stuff. And then the 4-inch insulation goes over the top of that, and then that felt paper stuff, and then the hot tar and the gravel. But they actually they tore down half the mall, so this was all exposed. And what they were doing is they were basically using 1x4 wood to sandwich the TPO over like a steel girder that's right there, and then they screwed the two pieces of wood together to hold the TPO down because it was flapping up and letting rain in. And if you can't understand like how dangerous this was for my coworkers, I was not going to go up there and join them because I already don't like heights, and the scaffolding system was like not good. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. And the ladder sections are sagging. I don't know how sturdy that shit is, but I wouldn't trust it. But our two guys are they're a little bananas. They kind of have to be to like roofing. I don't know. But we got it in. We got it installed. And did what we had to do. Now here's that patch finished. Back on the spot where I just was before we went over to do that real quick. A lot of roofing tar. A lot of roofing tar. And I just took a couple of shots of the roof so that I could just, it's like big. It's huge up there. It's like, it really gives perspective to how big it is inside. But because of you got all these walls up inside, you don't really get a true appreciation for how huge this room is. And it used to be a Bells. That's why it's Bells. They painted Bells because this is like the roof of the old Bells. It's a giant Bells. And look at it. It's just massive. They got all these air handlers for all these air conditionings because it's just a massive freaking roof. It's wild. So, yeah, that was actually 2 weeks, technically. Let's just look at that RAM one more time, fully installed. Back when the color worked correctly before I lost my mind trying to resolve the RGB. So that was my week. Now we got to do some gaming because that's the whole point of my stream at the end of the day, really, honestly, ultimately. I would really like to get some input from anybody for suggestions on where we can do our NSFW game streams because I got some NSFW titles that I've been kind of wanting to just fart around with because I think they'll be hilarious. And there's no way in hell YouTube or Twitch will allow that on their platforms. They just will not have it. So I need an alternative method of streaming so that we can have fun with these ridiculous games and marvel at what weebs find alluring. Just a weeaboo. For like $8, I got all the Command and Conquer games. Most of them I did install, some of them I did not. So yeah, I got all kinds of Command and Conquer now for like $8. $8. I mean, come on. Can't beat it. And apparently, they got rid of their authenticator validation thingamajigger, and then now you just got to use Steam validation to play these games. Who is it that owns Command and Conquer now? EA, I think. They took out their validator, so you don't have to go through their boot validator, whatever you call it, DRM, digital rights management, because that was shit. That's one of the main reasons I didn't buy these games until now. They came out on Steam, the whole bundle, like $8. It's kind of like a sore dick. You just can't beat it. And then these H games, they were like peanuts. I didn't pay more than $3 for any of these, I don't think. Some of these other new games that you see that weren't previously in my library, I actually already own them. I've owned them forever. I just hadn't had them installed in like a long time. I was playing them on my laptop last, and that was like years ago. 2 or 3 to be exact. So I just dusted off some of my old titles that I'd previously owned for quite some time and installed those too, including some of these Star Wars shooters. You know, I saw a stream of Razorfist playing the remastered Dark Forces, and I don't want to pay $30 for a freaking what? It's basically a DOS game. It's like Windows 98 era like gaming, and well, we remastered it. It's $30 now. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck your $30. Not happening. I'll play it in all of its old majesty because I already owned it to begin with. But I don't think we're going to play those today. While we decide, let's do a quick abyssal and see what we land on. If anybody watched my stream, I would probably just put out a crowdsource, be like, hey, what do you think I should play today? And then somebody could answer, but nobody watches, so I'd be asking myself, wouldn't I? So I'll ask myself while I run this abyssal and see what I tell myself. I have a bad habit of being kind of foul-mouthed when I ask myself questions. I have an attitude problem. No, I don't. Yes, I do. I think I need to calm down. I don't think I need to. I think I'm full of shit. No, I think I'm full of shit. Anyway. Meanwhile, Spaceship Command is the order of the day. Once I get a Mar Battleship 5, that'll put me in the runnings for what is the Marauder called for a Mar? I don't even remember. Jesus, I can't remember. Dude, what do you want from me? My brain don't work so good. It is called the Paladin. Yeah, so I can't fly that until I get that 32-day skill trained. And then after that, we're going to do all the destroyer skills to 5 because that'll put me for strategic destroyers or whatever they call them. Did they call them strategic? No, they're called something else. Command destroyers? No, that's something else. Tactical destroyers? What is it called? Damn it. Tactical destroyers, yes. Because I've been looking at those T3 destroyers for a while, and I've been wanting to get into them. And, honestly, maybe we should back burner the Paladin and just get these skilled up real quick. 16, 32 days. So, like, in a month, I'll be able to do any of the T3 destroyers. And for the battle cruisers, this is mainly just to kind of round out my piloting skills, because if we actually look over to my ship's informations, Okay. Let me fix my screen. Let me fix my screen. Hey, you guys. All right. There we go. That's about what it's supposed to be. Anyways, what was I doing? Oh yeah, ships. So in order to fly a ship, you have to have the prerequisite skills and all that good shit. But if you actually look, I have a lot of stuff unlocked. I really do. So if I get the battle cruisers to 5, that also puts me in the for command ships. Black Ops, I don't really care as much about. Cove Ops maybe, but not Black Ops. But all these destroyers need to be unlocked. I don't care about Logi, as you can tell. And then interdiction and interception is kind of more PvP. I don't really do a lot of PvP, so it's less relevant for now, but maybe not forever. As you can see, I don't fuck with Capital whatsoever. Too expensive. Too expensive. Too expensive. Too expensive. I mean, I barely fuck with haulers, you know what I mean? Maybe I should, I don't know. These are technically capitals. Freighters. The biggest haulers of all. This thing has a fleet hangar? Really? Wild. Anyways, yeah, so, like, as you can see, like, that's Amar. Here's Caldari. Got a lot of stuff unlocked here. Got a lot of 5s. And yes, we technically can fly the Golem if we wanted to, but for the cost, I just don't know if it's worth it to be totally on the real, son. Totally on the real, son. What do recon ships do again? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, look at all these 5s though. I've been playing the game on and off for years, so a lot of this has to do with just the sheer amount of time I've spent playing the game. This was back in the day when Galante was what you used for hauling, but then they changed all that. So if you look, these have special purposes now, like Cryos is ice mining. This guy is planetary commodities. This guy is mining. And then this guy is just general cargo carrying. I don't know. They changed everything. They did all this ship nerfing like years ago, and it just really kind of fucked up my entire flow for EVE Online. But I got a lot of 5s on my ability to fly things. For the most part. The main reason I don't have these is because these didn't exist back when I was getting into barges. Ore hauler, it says, but it's, dude, it's a salvager. This whole thing, the whole reason they invented this ship was to salvage. Now they're calling it an ore hauler. What kind of crap is that? Absolutely ridiculous. This is back in the glory days. You had to have all these skill points. But you'll note that I'm pretty beefy for Guristas. This is another reason I decided to 5 all my battle cruisers, is to get the most out of the fact that destroyers and battle cruisers have made a debut into Guristas and Angel Cartel. Like, they both now have a destroyer and a battle cruiser. But if you actually look, I have really good piloting skills for just basic ship operations. And almost everything I fly, I'm qualified for tier 4 of 5 for mastery of that given hull. So I'm pretty happy with myself on that front. I think these Angel Cartel ships look amazing. I don't know how good they are for like PvE, which is what I do. They might be better for PvP, but they're also expensive as shit. So if they're not good for PvE, they're kind of just a lady on welfare driving a Mercedes, I guess. Kind of pointless. Yeah, these are Triglavians. I have some Triglavian expertise as well. I'm trying to flesh that out a little better. Some of their ships are very case specific. They're not expert at all things. They're just expert at some things. Some things, but not others. Let's do a quick filament here and see how it treats us, shall we? And while we're running this filament, we'll put some consideration into what game I should play today. Should we boot up some Palworld? I played some last night. Should we do some Valheim? I haven't done that for a week or two. Should we play Conveyor Belts and log into Satisfactory, where I have a bunch of stuff unlocked because I'm a dirty, dirty cheater, and build some factories? Or should we do Dyson Sphere project and do interplanetary conveyor belts? Should we play some Oblivion and complete some quests? These are all answers that we don't have the questions to. I mean, come on, man. You know, the thing. Come on. I know that I'm going to need Oh, see, I was muted and I didn't even know it. That's the problem with having the mute button underneath the microphone. You have to visibly get under there and look. Is the light green? Can you hear me? Or is the light red and can you not hear me? Very frustrating. It's one of the only features about this microphone that I do not like. At the very least, they should have a mechanical clicker in there when you push the mute button, and it should click or something so you know that you've touched the button. That would be one of the only things I'd change about this microphone, is some kind of haptic feedback when you activate the mute. So I don't even know how long I've been muted for. Hopefully not too long. The capacitor is empty. What shall we play? What is the game we're going to play today? Dude, I haven't had a good run in an Abyssal in quite a while. I've done these Abyssals and made my fortune off of them, but like for the last 2 or 3 weeks, I've been running Abyssals passively on EVE Online, you know, hop on, because you got to complete them in 20 minutes or your ship blows up, so they're quick to do. And like I just haven't been getting good paydays from these Abyssals. Like I've been pulling like Abyssal profits of like maybe 20 million for the entire Abyssal run on a good day, and it's been less than that a lot. Like I've had like a ton of like 3 to 8 million Abyssal runs lately, and I'm just kind of getting fed up with it, which is why I'm not playing as much EVE Online right now, is because it's just not paying to do so. It's not paying off. Wasting my time. Wasting my time, Jack. So I've been playing other things. Bum Simulator was fun, but I don't know how much of that I can take, how much more of it. I have to finish the game at some point, but I kind of lost direction and started just, you know, focusing on grinding for more money and trying to build my bum castle. But I don't know. There's not a lot to do in that game. It's kind of empty. Sort of like Cuckold Simulator. I just don't know where my son would have hid my Funky Pops, and I have a hell of a time trying to think like him, because I'm not his father. I am not the father. You are not the father. Come on, get in my cargo bay. Get in my bay. There we go. All right. Here's 2 out of 3. Please pay me. Oh, dear God. 2 cans. 2 cans. So you know if there's 2 cans, you're probably not going to get paid. That's a given. There's nothing really to shoot at either. There's like these enemies are negligible. Excuse me. See, it's very discouraging. This is what I do for my living in EVE Online. If I was to go do level 4 like combat missions, it's slightly more like different, but honestly the pay is not much better, and it takes so much longer to do a level 4 than an Abyssal. Now I could do a higher tier of Abyssal, but the last 2 times I tried to do tier 4 Abyssals, I got blown up, and that's very expensive. So you're not making money, you're losing it. And so I do tier 3 Abyssals, and a lot of the time they don't pay, but I've had some really good luck in the past. Like, hey, you know, like there's been a couple of times where I made like 400 million off of just one Abyssal run because of a specific item dropping or what have you. But that has not been the case of late. It's been ever the opposite. And I could just go do combat encounters, but 99% of the time those don't pay either. And the last 3 escalations I got didn't pay shit. Oh, $2 million module. Oh, you lucky boy. Don't spend it all in one place. Yeah, sure. Get bent. That's better than nothing, I guess, but it's not very good. None of this is worth a whole lot. The Fierce Gamma is basically just me getting my money back for this run. And I've also not been getting a lot of survey databases lately either. Like, even with a tier 3, you can expect as many as 120 per run, but not so. Not so at all. And it's getting to be where I'm running out of filaments again, and every time you use all these up, if you don't find more in the abyssal runs, then you have to go buy them, and then that costs you money. Your nanite repair paste when you overheat costs you money. Your missiles cost you money. When you lose a drone and one gets blown up, that costs you money. So it's not like it's free to run these. So when they refuse to pay you, it kind of sticks in my craw. This has been just an abject waste of time. And I'm no closer to deciding what game I'm going to choose to play today for the rest of the day. Terrible. Just terrible. At this point, my profit is over. I mean, I got some money. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm totally broke. But it's a long road to 100 billion at this rate. And I don't see any way that spending more ISK at this point is going to help me make more ISK at this point. I mean, I could go to wormhole space and get lost, but I don't think wormholes are for me. I could go to nullsec, but I don't know anybody in nullsec, so I'd basically have to be an errand boy for the big alliances, and I don't know if the money's worth it, to be honest. And then when you go to nullsec, if you're not going to be part of the big alliances, you're not going to make shit for money. And to be part of the big alliances mean basically you're working for somebody. You're not self-employed, you're a wagey. So they'll tell you to fleet up, you have to fly what they tell you to fly, you have to be where they tell you to be, and you have to do what they tell you to do. And then in exchange for all that, they incrementally pay you in the form of letting you wander and do PvE with fleet support, which isn't nothing. I'm not saying that there's not money in that, but god damn, it's got to be the boringest way to make your money. And that's saying something considering how boring what I'm doing right now is. These are not good earnings. These are just trash. Me and my girlfriend watched Big Trouble in Little China last night. That is a great movie. I freaking love Kurt Russell. He's one of the most entertaining actors in the history of film. He's got a lot of great movies. What was she watching when I walked in there later? Something else that was also a really good movie. Can't remember. My girlfriend has good taste in movies. That's not why I love her, but it's one of the things that make it so much easier to love her. So, we got another gamma filament to replace the one that I used. So that's about 2 million. We got 7.7 million worth of databases, so that's about 10 million. We got 1.2 million worth of crystalline estrogen, which is, I don't know, 11.2 million. So like 13 million. That is a terrible run. I know it sounds like a lot, but when you consider that I have combined close to 7 billion between my corporate holdings and my personal holdings, 13 million is trash. The fact that it only took me about 15 minutes is great, but what a waste of time that was. I want meat. I have a carnivorous appetite. The only thing I've had today so far is 2 beers, a bowl of cereal with half a cup of milk. So I'm going to have to eat sooner than later. This is all shit to sell. 601 million, 374 million. Once I have about 5,000 to 8,000 Triglavian surveys, we'll sell those. And as far as sales, once this surpasses 1.2 billion, we'll sell it, because you won't get 601 million if you sell it right now. You put it on the market, and you'll be lucky to get 2/3 of that. It is what it is. Let's just call it. Let's just call the kettle black. You black fucking kettle. Oh, what's this? Packages have arrived. Are you ready for some unboxing? It's always great when Amazon says your shit'll be here by 10 p.m. and it gets here at like 1 p.m. 1:31. All right, so let's do a thing, shall we? All right. We unbox. First, we have some watch bands for my Fitbit. I got too much hair. I really gotta cut off some of this hair, I swear. Cut off some of this hair, I swear. Jesus. And we got more watch bands. So we got the first ones, and then we got these other ones. Now, I like different colors. I'm a colorful fellow. Don't judge me because I like to wear pink and girly stuff sometimes. Or do judge me. I could care less what you do. Fuck you. All right, so we got a bunch of watch bands. Sweet, sweet. And we got I thought this thing was a knife. I guess it's not a knife. It's not a knife. Oh. Sure stabs like a knife. That's a whole other situation that I'm not going to talk about. Honey. Good news. In my car cup holder is a pokey boy at all. Maybe, but maybe not. But if there's not in my car cup holder is a pokey boy that you can poke your sim tray with. Yeah. I picked what was there. These are combination screen protectors and side bumpers for my Fitbit. And something I'm particularly excited about. Yes. It's backwards, but it says French press. I'm excited about this because it's the better way to make coffee. And I have some grounds, and I've been living with a K-Cup compatible machine that makes coffee. That's not a K. It's not a Keurig, but it's a K-Cup coffee maker. It's great and all when you have K-Cups, but K-Cups can be expensive as shit, and sometimes it is significantly cheaper just to buy a bag of coffee grounds. And I do have a small coffee maker, but it's not great. And so we got this. It is fancy looking. It's got the graduation marks so that you can measure your water, and it's got multi-layered screen to get 99% of the grounds it promises. And then the actual beaker for the coffee maker comes out to clean. It's supposedly dishwasher safe, but we don't have a dishwasher. We just have a sink and a drying rack. So you got this black frame that the beaker sits inside of, and then yeah. Is there one already in there? Yes. Okay, so it comes with spare meshes, so that when you use up one mesh, you can replace it. But the mesh is already in there. That's what that semi-opaque boy is. And then if you look, there's even a area where you can pour with the lid in place. I really look forward to using this, to be honest with you. I might actually make some coffee this afternoon, try it out. I do have to wash out the glass first. You should always wash things before you use them when it comes to food handling. But I'm actually pretty enthused. I bought this fancy South American coffee from the Fresh Market down the street. And they always have Mexican music playing, and everybody that works there speaks Spanish. But you really can't get a better deal on produce. Now, if you buy things like milk and eggs from there, they're going to stab you in the wallet. But they excel at regionally grown produce. So, you know, if you like your greens, your fruit and veg, you really can't do worse. Or you can do a lot worse. Like they have great fresh vegetables and fruit. Anyway, this guy was there. Hey, would you like to try this free sample? I'm like, okay. And it's like black coffee. And I was like, oh, it's going to taste like coffee, like, Americans know it as. But it didn't taste like bitter, acidic black coffee. It tasted kind of like sweet. And I was like, what'd you put in there? And he's like, well, now it's a little strong. And I was like, what's in it? And he's like, that's just the way it is. I'm like, interesting. So I bought some. It was like $6 for like a half a pound. And if I make it in the coffee maker, it's going to make it like you can't control the heat of the water in coffee makers. And I don't know, like if the temperature of steam is hot enough to burn coffee grounds or not, it's hard to say. But if you want to taste the actual coffee, from what it's been explained to be my previous coworker when I worked at a tire shop, the only way to go is French press, because basically what you're effectively doing is making coffee in the way that you would make tea, if that makes any sense. You put spoons of straight coffee grounds into this glass vessel, and then you pour water in there, 1 spoon per cup of coffee, and then 1 cup per cup of coffee. And then you let it sit for about 4 or 5 minutes, and then you press to strain out the grounds from the water. And then you pour, and then it's like coffee made in the style of tea. And I'm really excited about seeing what that's all about. And you can make like 4 or 5 8-ounce cups of coffee in this thing and have it sitting on your desk and just like pour yourself some intense deliciousness. So I'm kind of like, this is dope, is what I'm saying in my mind. I'm pretty psyched. It's weird. It's really weird. Here I am. I'm going to turn 40 this year in September, and like I'm getting psyched about coffee. So, such is life. Now I have this massive pile of boxes over in the corner. I just threw everything off to the side. But yeah, my girlfriend, her phone just died yesterday. Like it was hot to the touch, and then it went black screen, and hasn't worked since. So I arbitrarily bought her overnight shipped Samsung phone to replace her Samsung phone, because it was a Samsung phone that died. And we're not worried about her getting back on with another phone. We're worried about the pictures that she may or may not have backed up, and that's kind of what's really bumming her out today, is because she's got some important things on there that she would like to not lose. So what I'm hoping is when she gets on her new phone, she can access like whatever email account was linked when she first bought that other phone that died, and hopefully recover any pictures. And if they're stuck on the phone itself, I'm hoping that we can send that to a cell phone repair place and talk to somebody that specializes in data recovery, because there's a lot of important memories on that device if they're not backed up somewhere else. So we're hoping that we can recover. And the thing is when phones die like that, 9 times out of 10, the memory itself is not the failure point. And it might take what amounts to surgery to pull that memory unit off of that motherboard and put it on a working motherboard. But where there's a will, there's a way, and it's not cheap, but I don't know how much it's going to cost for data recovery. But I know for a fact that data recovery is a thing that happens. It exists. It's a known practice. Okay, how does this thing go on here? Okay, like this. We're going to be kind of girly and go with like a nice, if you can see that color, it's not super pink, but you know the thing, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. You know the thing. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. Man. And then the cool thing about these is you get a bunch of different screen protectors. So I can have a screen protector that I wear on weekdays for work, and then I can dress up a little bit for special occasions and wear a brand new screen protector for, when I want to be fancy, and it's the same watch, but it can look many different ways. Hmm? Hmm? Nice combination. And it covers the whole screen. And because I have multiples, I can wear one during weekdays and then wear a different one on the weekend so that I can look nice or just, be business. Yeah, but they have a series of them. And because my existing Versa 3 wristbands all fit too, I have a few left over. I actually have like 4 or 5 more bands. I don't know where they are. They get misplaced. They do. They get misplaced. Can't find them anywhere. On the proving, that's a fancy way of saying the bread is expanding because of yeastification. You got to prove yourself to me, boy. I don't, I like Amazon because you can get bands for your Fitbit or other fitness tracker or smartwatch for like super fucking cheap. All these bands cost me like $13 for the bands, and then like $8 or $9 for these. And you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the faces, and it's got the side bumper protection and the face protection. So sword dick, you can't beat it. Yeah, it is nice. I'm gonna rinse out my glass vessel for my French press and try a batch. Yeah, baby, look at it. It even came with this nice handy dandy cleaning brush. And it came with spare meshes. And it came with a coffee scooper. And since it's good for tea as well, I can start buying bulk tea sacks where they give you a Ziploc bag with tea greens in it, and you just don't have tea bags. Could be fun. Anyways, I'm going to go screen off and go fuck around with my French press. So there's that. And we'll put something up on the screen to tell you guys that might come in while I'm gone that I will be back later. So we'll go with where do I go? Where do I go? Where am I? What planet is this? Hold on, not yet. Bear with me, my beloved. Where is split cam? And then we mute. All right, so sorry for that prolonged delay, but I am back. We got my girlfriend's new cellular phone back onto the network. There are some complications about porting existing contacts and all that, but all that is being addressed in its own time. She can now make and receive phone calls and texts and all that good stuff so that I can harass her endlessly as before. She's all too excited to be spammed by meaningless memes. Well, now I'm going to start. I'll spam you. I'll spam you so hard. Would you spam me? I'd spam me. I'd spam me so hard. All right. So we got our live chat. So none of you who have reached out to text me like messages, like and ask me questions and say, "Hey, great stream. Thank you for abandoning us for half an hour. You're so awesome. You're so entertaining. Everything you do is not in any way exhaustively boring. And all I have to say is your unending support is just making it all worthwhile." But you can't get me down because my most loyal follower and my most avid watcher is again here today. And of course, that person, though not needing to be introduced, shall be introduced and be lauded in the halls of infamy and appreciation. He's a marvelous individual, probably the best person you'll ever meet. His name is me. Biscuit doesn't watch my streams. Yeah, Biscuit sleeps through my streams. The only person that watches my streams are me because I use my phone to keep an eye on chat so that when you people do message me, which has happened more than 0 times. Oh, yeah? Oh, my lady. Well, you got to tune in around about noon for that. It happens early. And then the rest of it's just me gaming and watching horror movies or just... Oh, that's true. Yeah, because I do allow VOD. What should I play? I haven't picked anything. I still need to pick something to play, and I haven't picked anything. I do. I'm paralyzed with decisions. No, if you started murdering people, I just pull out my phone and start recording. If you knew me better, you'd expect that. Well, I don't have 50 followers yet, so like I couldn't live stream it. Girlfriend goes on killing spree and customer support. They are. They're condescending pricks. We've given you nothing that you've asked for and done nothing that you wanted from us. Would you like to buy and spend some money? Plus interest. Plus interest. Don't forget. Plus interest. That's important. You got to add that last detail because it's not just a flat 800. And the fucked up thing is a lot of those phone purchases don't even go towards credit. It's like, why even waste my time? I can just take a $1,000 personal loan and just buy the phone of my choice from anybody. There you go. There's where you spend your $25,000 loan on a solid gold telephone. A solid gold telephone. Well, if Trump wins, then it might go up by 15, 20%. If Trump wins, it might go up by 15, 20% because that'll be a strong economy. Yeah. My hair is a mess today. Correct. I've done nothing but lose money on the market. Non-stop losses. I'm an absolute pimp when it comes to losing. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. Maybe I should just start giving you a monthly allotment and be like, I don't own ASIMs. I got several of those actually. Yeah. That's a strong option. Bum simulator? I don't know how much more of that I can take. I started getting trapped in the grind and just like panhandling, and then when people would like be like, you know what, fuck you, and then they'd reach into their pocket and pull out their middle finger, I'd piss on them, and then when they got mad at me and either called the cops or swung at me or ran away, I'd chase them down and beat them, or beat them if they tried to beat me and just knock them unconscious and then run from the cops. No, it's not, because the cops wouldn't give up until they arrested you. Well, it's just the West Coast. Just the West Coast. Because in San Francisco, like, if you pissed on somebody and then ran away, the cops would eventually stop chasing you. But in real life, in most parts of the world, most parts of the country, they're not going to just give up after they can't find you. They'll. I just piss on people that are rude when they tell me they can't fucking give me any money. Because if I'm panhandling, hey, man, got any money? They're like, look, sorry, not today. I don't do anything to them. But when they fucking flip me off or fucking talk shit and cuss me out, then I piss on them and then I fight them. Yeah, because it's not them telling me no that makes me piss on them and beat them to death or to sleep. It's they're being rude about it. If they just say not today, or I'm sorry, I can't help you, or I don't have nothing, or leave me alone, even leave me alone, I'll just do that. I'll leave them alone. But when they get smart with me and like reach into their pocket like they're gonna give me something and then flip me off, I'm like, it's on, bitch. You're getting urinated on. That's called a moral society. Oh, it's time for the pressing of the French. Oh, yeah, let's push that plunger down. Oh, it's so rich and bold. Look at it. There's a lot of resistance too. I mean, if I was to like push down too hard, I'd be afraid of like causing damage to the screen or something. So I'm just easing it down. Look at that. Oh yeah, we're on our way to the bottom. Just like my moral degenerate lifestyle. On the way to the bottom. Oh yeah. Look at that. None of you, like, check this out. Well, there's nobody here right now. I mean, somebody might watch it later, and that's fine. Thank you for visiting me after the fact. I appreciate your support when I'm actually streaming. That didn't happen. How gracious of you. How magnanimous. Oh, oh yeah. Do I have a lawsuit yet, Your Honor? Yeah, it's like, I'm just checking to see when I can contact a lawyer and get paid. They put something in their coffee because it doesn't taste like it did in the store. It doesn't taste bad, but it tastes like coffee. Whereas the shit I drank in the store, that free sample, he put something in it. Some kind of sweetening agent. Possibly. I mean, it doesn't taste bad. It's actually really good, but it's got that coffeeness to it, like that bitter kind of mildly acidic. You know, like you ever taste black coffee? You had to have drank black coffee. Most people don't. I'm gonna put something in it because it doesn't have anything in it. And when I tried that sample, it was sweet a little bit, not like sugar sweet, like oh my god, this is pure sugar, but it didn't taste like it's acidic. So, dude, it sat there for like 15 minutes because I forgot about it. But don't get me wrong, it is good. As far as coffee goes, this is some of the best coffee I've had recently in like the last year or two. It's really good, but it needs an additive. It needs Snickers Coffee Mate because the bastards at the grocery store refuse to stock Cinnabon flavored creamer because they're degenerates. With my Rick and Morty shirt. Enchiladas, what? Okay. With my Rick and Morty raglan shirt and my bitch leggings. Presents my bulge oh so enticingly. In approximately 40 minutes. Start timer. Add timer. 40 minutes. Got it. It's cooking. What? So all I got to do is take the thing itself and then stick it in there and follow the temperature and times. No, that's much better. Snickers Coffee Mate. do things. I can follow instructions.
You can't fuck them up. Because whatever they're going to be is what they're going to be because
Hey, look. Don't tell me I can't fuck things up because then I'll just take that as challenge accepted.
at 20 minutes, if they're still light, put it on for another 5 minutes.
Okay. But I'm looking for golden brown on the top and the bottom. Okay. We're going to have the buns a golden brown on the top and the bottom. And when my timer goes off on my wrist, I'm going to preheat the oven to 350 and then set the timer for 20 minutes because the preheat takes approximately 6 minutes. I hope you've all been paying attention to that. Nobody whatsoever. No, but seriously, this is really good coffee. And I think the French press did it a great service. When I tried the coffee in the store, they had to have put some sugar or maybe some cocoa in there or something because there was like a sweetness. Yeah. I could have done. Like calories? Do we have cocoa? Noted. Right. Like baking ingredient cocoa. But would that work? Would that work? And what proportion of cocoa to coffee would you add to make a cocoa coffee? Per cup? Per cup? Because like with the French press, you put a tablespoon of coffee in for each cup of coffee, and then like about 8 ounces of water per cup. Right. Well, I was loosely aiming for 24 ounces, 3 cups. It turned out to be more like 20 ounces. Yeah, about.
So if you put a teaspoon in there, and you're like, oh, this is gross, then you would back it out and put like a third of a teaspoon or a half a teaspoon in and put 3 cups. If you're like, ooh, I want more, then you can make that decision on how much you want.
But like raw straight cocoa would probably be kind of similar to coffee insofar that there'd be kind of a, but it would probably complement the coffee because it can't make the coffee more bitter because the coffee's already bitter.
Right.
So it would just add other notes to the bitterness. But there'd be complex flavor notes playing out.
But powdered cocoa has a hint of sweetness already inherent in it. So even if you didn't add sugar to it, that chocolate flavor is going to give it a rounded flavor.
Right.
Chocolate powder in its raw form, without sugar additives or powdered sugar added to it, has almost a savory.
Yeah, like pure cacao is a big difference between a milk chocolate bar. Whereas cacao is just like straight cocoa. And all the antioxidant properties of chocolate are lost when you eat milk chocolate for the most part, as compared to like straight cacao, which is why those dark chocolate bars that cost so much. Mm-hmm. They're an acquired taste, and they definitely do have flavor notes that most people who like candy would not associate with a treat, but they're good. And a lot of South and Central American chocolate drinks are not as sweet as we like them here in America.
It might be possible that we used hazelnut in there too.
No, it didn't have a hazelnut because I know what hazelnut tastes like. I'm familiar with that flavor note. It was some kind of sweetness, And it wasn't like straight hardcore like cane sugar. It was something a little more subtle, but there was like a kind of like a, I don't know what he made, but I like the idea of doing cocoa powder, like straight cocoa, in my coffee and seeing how it goes, because that could be a thing.
I mean, he could have used stevia, or he could have used a cane, shaped like a sugar cane.
It tasted like it was, so the coffee he gave me was black and rich. So whatever he did would be more traditional styled. So however South and Central Americans fucking drink their coffee, he did it kind of like that.
They boil it like an espresso, so it gets steamed through like almost like a double boil.
I don't know.
You know what an espresso coffee.
Yes, but this was like, his tasted different than mine, and it was less coffee bitter and more like sweet. It tastes similar to if I brewed it traditionally, because when I made it in the French press, it came out kind of tasting like traditional coffee. It's just I could taste that it was better coffee, black.
In an actual drip pot and see if that's the difference.
I think it'll come out different but similar. No, he did something. He added something.
I'm sure he did not use a French press to make his samples.
I didn't say he did. I just said he added something to the coffee.
He did something different.
He adulterated the coffee with something else.
Oh.
There was something other than the coffee I bought in that coffee that he had me try.
Not likely to do much different to it.
No.
Because he wants you to try it.
Right. He wants me to taste what's in the coffee. Like, he wants me to taste the coffee, not just the additives. Whatever he did, it countered the acidity just a little bit.
A little bit of straight
No.
You should try just a little straight sugar.
I don't know. I think I want to try the cocoa now that we've been talking about it. So my next batch, it's going to be like a little bit of cocoa, because that sounds amazing. Just a little cocoa powder. Yes.
Would be a good idea.
I like that you repeat my idea back to me, because it makes my idea sound even better hearing it from somebody else. I'm going to try some cocoa. What all are you doing when you go out right now? Like you're getting pick up some cocoa in your travels. In your travels.
You don't need to ask me everything. You want something, just ask.
Do you need more cash? Well, that's the whole clip. Well, some of that's going to last me through the week now. I've been Jetsoned. You remember the Jetsons? He handed her the bill and she took the wallet and left him with the bill. I've been Jetsoned. I've been. Least gamingest game stream ever. It's not my AI girlfriend, it's my energy. My Saiyan energy is destroying electronics all throughout my life. For those of you who are just tuning in, all one of you, I will be right back. I have to go to my car for a second. And then maybe we can get to playing some video games, but we'll see. I remember the future, even if you don't. Like, I need to make a pit stop at the strip club to lighten my load. Love you too, babe. I'm almost back. Just walk up to a stripper in a club and like, look, you're kind of attractive, and I have too many wants, and I don't have any plans for them. How about you and I have a couple drinks, and you can sit in my lap. Some of you need some time for cocaine. And you can sit in my lap and we can drink, and I can tell you about my week, and you can pretend to give a shit for about 28 minutes. Yeah, 20 minutes. About $473. Just sit on my lap. Let's just talk about my week in the back. Massage my penis. Just take a seat. Just take a seat right here. So what if I told you that the coffee that I just drank might have something more than just coffee in it? It feels like there might be a little bit of cocaña in there from the finest farms of cocaña in Colombia. I don't even know where the fuck this coffee came from, but I got to tell you, I'm unnecessarily caffeinated now, and I wasn't really expecting that to happen. But what was I expecting to happen from drinking coffee from South and Central America? I guess I'm just being ignorant. But I got to tell you, it's on, it's on, it's on, it's on, it's on, it's on, it's on. Is it? What is it? It's on, is what it is. So, I tried to shoot for 24 ounces. I kind of missed the mark a little bit. I was at about 22, 21 ounces, and then I spilled a little bit on my full-size, desk-size mouse mat thing, and then it was about 20 ounces. And then I pressed it after about 12 to 16 minutes because I was going to just wait 4 minutes for the coffee to brew and then press it and pour it, but I forgot because I got to talking to my girlfriend. I've been interacting with my girlfriend a lot today. She's really kind of fucking bummed out because her phone died on her yesterday, and she's going to have some problems recovering those pictures and stuff that she didn't back up on her old device, and that sucks because some of those pictures are very sentimentally critical. And so we got her a phone that came in today. I ordered it last night. It was overnighted. And so now she has a phone again. People can text her and call her. She doesn't have all of her contact information back yet, but that's okay because it's going to come along sooner than later because she's going to go to a technician phone repair person who specializes in data recovery, and we're going to see how much it costs to get those pictures and all that contact information off the old device. I'm sure it'll go through. 80% likely those things are still there. Okay, I was just checking to make sure my microphone wasn't muted because I've had that happen to me twice today. I'm really caffeinated. I took a beta blocker because I'm starting to wonder if this might be bad for my heart to just sit here and be this wound up. So I took care of that. So now my heart rate's going to go down, but I'm still caffeinated, and it's quite a pickle, quite a quandary. I'm so caffeinated that I'm actually stumbling over my words. Oh no, I'm not stumbling over my words because I'm caffeinated. I'm stumbling over my words because I'm mixing caffeine and alcohol. Of course, and that's the I like to call it Four Loko syndrome. For those of you who know, you know. What are we going to play? Nobody's answered my question. I've asked, what am I going to play? I've asked myself. I've asked none of my viewers because I had no viewers up until now. I don't know what I'm going to play. We need to play something. It's a video gaming stream, so we got to play a game. Let's play a game. I want to play a game. You ready to play a game? I want to play a game. Rip your head off if you don't do the challenge. What challenge? I don't know. I want to play a game. Fuck it. Let's do some missions on Oblivion and then just run from there. And maybe after I play Oblivion for a couple minutes, I'll actually make a decision to play something, anything. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Oh, shit. My phone or my computer was idle for long enough interacting with my girlfriend and my roommate that my soundbar actually turned off. How annoying is that? All right. So here we go. Which knob is which? We're going to turn down the gain a little bit because odds are pretty high that I might be shouting a little bit. I fucking hate Steam so fucking much. For those of you offended at my language, fuck you. This keeps happening. This keeps fucking happening. I have all my shit set to my settings, and then I don't play Oblivion for a few days, and then it just arbitrarily picks video settings, and I have to go into the video configurations when I load my game and reset all of it again because it defaults. Steam is so shit at optimizing. And then the lack of ownership. I mean, to be honest with you, except for the open betas, I'm kind of half inclined to just illegally download all the games that I play on Steam just so I can be like, screw you guys, I'll play when I want, how I want, offline. You can't do that with all these titles because of, DRM, digital rights management through various corporations and all that. But for where I can and for how I can and for how I do, I would rather just pirate the games at this point. Because at the end of the day, most of the games I play on Steam, I've already bought 2 or 3 times legitimately in my lifetime, right? And so at a certain point, you just got to tell yourself, screw supporting these game companies. They just keep giving us lemons. I'm just going to illegally download the game, mod it, and play it my way. And what are they going to do about it? I've already bought the game legitimately several times. So if purchase doesn't equate to ownership, then illegally downloading doesn't equate to theft. I saw that on Facebook today, actually, and I totally agree with it, And then you got companies like Ubisoft saying that you need to get used to just spending money on a game that you can't effectively own. All things being equal, that means that I shouldn't even have to bother purchasing and I'll just pirate it. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Nothing. And then you have to prove to the court that my purchase actually led to me being entitled to any fair use of that material. And then since you can't, it doesn't matter how I acquire the game and play it, does it? And then 2, I've bought in Skyrim, for example, like 3 times now on different platforms. I have it on PlayStation 4. Did they have it on Xbox 360? If they did, I bought it on there. I bought it on PC twice, the Ultimate Edition with all the downloadable contents, Game of the Year or whatever. And then I bought the remastered, whatever that's called. So I've bought it at least 3 times, Skyrim. I bought Oblivion like at least 3 times on Xbox 360 alone because there's been times in my life where I'd play video games and then I'd hit hard times and then I'd sell my entire collection to kind of survive and trade it all in for money or whatever. And so I'd have to buy all my games again after the fact. And so now, as it stands right now, me speaking to you, I have a PlayStation 2 with like a dozen or better PlayStation 2 titles, a dozen or better PlayStation 1 titles, a fat boy PS2 too, not one of those stupid slims. I also have an Xbox 360 with probably like 2 dozen different titles, both physically owned and digitally owned. And I have a PlayStation 4 with like, if I pay for my PlayStation Plus that lets you have your free games every month, because you actually can't access those games unless you're paying for the PlayStation Plus. They take them away from you if you don't pay. Even though they gave them to you, they take them away. Imagine that. If we count all that, I have like 80 games on PlayStation 4. And then I have my computer, and I have probably like 50 or 60 different games that I scraped off of torrents. And then I don't even know how many emulated games from PlayStation 1, Super Nintendo, Sega, Nintendo Classic, Game Boy Advance. I think I even have some GameCube games, mostly Zelda stuff. So probably like half a dozen to a dozen GameCube games. And then I have like my Steam library, which is probably over 100 games at this point. And then I have some stuff outside of Steam, like BattleNet garbage. Because I'm not going to lie, StarCraft 2 was kind of fun, despite the fact that they over monetized it. I own Diablo 3 on Xbox 360, maybe. PlayStation 4, definitely. PC, definitely. Although I never bought the Necromancer on PC. I only bought the Necromancer on PlayStation 4. I own all together probably something in the neighborhood of like 300 to 400 different games across multiple different platforms. And I'll never have time to play them all because I have a life. And to be perfectly frank, if I was to be like a Powerball winner where money stopped mattering to me, I still wouldn't have time to play through all these games, because if I had money like that, it'd be adventure time for 100% of the time. I always wanted to learn how to snowboard. I always wanted to do some hiking in various exotic locations in the continental U.S., North America, maybe some South America. Fuck it. I mean, if you got money like that, passports and traveling are less restrictive, because I don't fly. I don't fly. Fuck airplanes. So if I can't drive there or boat there, I can't get there. And for me to travel from America to Europe, not flying would be quite expensive, because I'd have to take a cruise or something. But I want to visit Norway and see the fjords. I want to visit, maybe Machu Picchu and check out the high altitude ruins and all that. So if I had money to piss away, I would still play video games, absolutely. And I would probably have like binge sessions that would stretch months. Like I might play like 2 or 4 months just binging, just trapped in my house, like in my gaming chair, in my rig, which with money like that, I'd be a lot more comfortable than I am now. I'd be in like a freaking recliner. Like, you ever watch that movie Grandma's Boy with the nerd? He's like all reclined back and the screen's reclined back with him. And he's like, they have that now. Are you afraid of the music? Does the music scare you? No, I'm okay with techno. Yeah, I would do that. But I would also be out there in the world doing things. And I would probably have myself like a little modest boat. I'm not a yacht kind of guy. I mean, even if I had like $800 million to my name, I still wouldn't be a yacht kind of guy. But I would probably have like a 40-something footer that's, offshore suitable, so that I could go, traveling up and down the Florida coast, both coasts, Gulf and Atlantic, and do some fishing and just a little booze cruise, where you just, party out, hang out, have a couple friends along and just chill. Stop in and to all these little coastal towns, get loaded and have a good time, sleep overnight in your cabin, and then head out and go someplace new the next day. I probably also would like to learn how to sail and, charter a sailboat instead of buying one. Just charter one and go on a couple of little short sailboat excursions, nothing too hardcore. And gaming's great, but it's not everything. There's only so much you can do. Okay, what are we doing? I'm just sitting here just babbling incoherently because I'm just all caffeinated, but also mildly under the influence of alcohol. But I've only had like 3 or 4 beers today. I can't remember which. It's been a minute since I woke up. So I woke up at like 10 something, and here it is, 3:20. And by the way, normally I go from noon to 4 with my gaming stream. I'm going to go a little over today because I haven't been doing that much. I had to stop for like 30 to 40 minutes to help out my girlfriend because her phone died, and I'm not just going to leave her stranded because she is my girlfriend, so I'm going to help her get that technicality solved as best as I can, as far as I can, do as much of it as I can. And now I'm with you guys again. And then I wandered away and started dicking around with my French press, which, for those of you just joining me, I have a French press now. It makes some pretty intense coffee. Let me tell you, it's amazing. It's freaking awesome. Let's drink some more coffee because that's going to be healthy. And now I got to focus on video gaming, and I can't because I'm thinking about too many things at once, because one of my handicaps is that I overthink about everything. And now I'm overthinking about so many things at once. I don't even know what things to overthink about first and then last and then second or intermediary or the tertiaries. Whoo boy. Caffeine. I actually did just take a beta blocker because I have no doubt that my heart rate probably is about lower 90s, which isn't too bad, but my resting heart rate likes to live somewhere between 65 and 68 beats per minute is my happy place. I'm not physically active and I'm not fitness driven enough to get it below 65 beats a minute right now, but that could change in the future. You never know. I work 13 hours a day, technically, because I leave my house if I leave on time and I'm not dicking around. I leave at like 6 a.m. and generally it's pretty common for me not to get home until like 6, 7 p.m. And even though I don't get paid for my commute, that is part of my workday, technically speaking. So like 5 days a week, you're like somewhere between 10 and 13 hours a day, 5 times a week. And then 2 days a week, so I don't really have time or effort to waste on gym. And I don't want to go to the gym because, I get home, I want to eat my dinner, I want to kind of just decompress for a little while. And then when my girlfriend demands a certain amount of my time, because she is my girlfriend, I'm not single, I don't sleep in a bed alone, I share my bed, so I have to kind of be mindful of my partner because I'm not a total piece of shit. And so by the time all that plays itself out, I'm lucky to even start winding down in bed by 8:45 p.m. at the earliest. And it's almost physically impossible for me to go to sleep before 10 p.m., which is very fucking frustrating since my alarm goes off at 5 a.m. And when I wake up, I got to find clean clothes to wear, which I have clean clothes, but I got to find them. I got to manage to get dressed. I'm not even mentally functioning yet. Put my ears on, my headset, my Bluetooth headset, start listening to the podcasts and shit that I listen to, and start plugging into like current events that happened while I slept or whatever. I got to make sure I have my lunch packed for the day or some kind of like supplies. I got to make sure I got drinking water in my car for the coming work day. If I'm going to be doing messy shit like playing with roofing tar, I need a change of clothes to take with me. And then I got to start driving. And when I go to and from work, the run to and from work is on a 2-lane highway. So whether I pick up the guys and drive them to work because they don't have driver's licenses, I don't know why. I'm getting about sick of it, but it is what it is. Whether I go to pick them up or go straight to the job, it's a 2-lane highway. So it's either Highway 415 or Highway 46. If you are in Florida, then you know these two roads suck asshole because 9 times out of 10, it's almost impossible to pass the fuck who's going like 12 miles an hour under the speed limit and pulling a train. And so you're just on other people's schedule, waiting for other people to do whatever the fuck they're going to do so that they're no longer in your way. And then finally you get to where you're going. And then the only time in a given day, a given 24-hour interval where I don't have to interact with another human being is these frustrating commutes to and from work where I'm basically just raging out over traffic conditions or when I'm unconscious. Half of my commute, I have people in my car that want to fucking talk about stupid shit. I don't even want to talk, but they want to talk. And so I have to talk because I'm not rude. Or, my girlfriend, she can't. What am I going to do? Be like, you are not allowed to speak to me ever. I will tell you. I will decree when it is acceptable for you to that's dick shit. You don't want to do that. That's not a good boyfriend. That's being an asshole. It doesn't matter that I'm autistic and I cannot stand physically. That's no reason to put unrealistic, demands on other human beings. You have to do what you have to do. And since I do love and care about my girlfriend, if she wants to talk, we're going to talk because that's what good boyfriends do. And for those of you out there who have a relationship with your significant other and things just aren't healthy, I hate to tell it to you, but if you're not single, you don't own all of your personal time. You have to share it with your people, whether they be your friends, your children, your significant other, or any combination among all of these things. Your coworkers, they might be the most annoying motherfuckers, and you just get sick and tired of hearing their voice. You still have to listen to them and interact with them and be constructive and positive. You don't have to encourage interacting with them, but we don't live in a world where you can just be like, shut the fuck up, leave me alone. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's not realistic. I wish I could go, 72 hours without any human interaction, but I don't live alone. I don't live alone. This is not my house. I'm not here by myself. And I'm not such a piece of shit that I'm going to be like, you know what? Fuck you. Come back tomorrow and I'll talk to you. That's not me. I'm definitely a dick. I'm definitely a bit of a butthole. I'm absolutely a crass troll on the internet. And I'm an infamous shit poster, but I'm not a bad person. So, if you come up on me on the job or in in my personal life or at the bar or whatever, and you're just kind of making small talk, if you're not being a cunt, I'm going to give you the time of day. I have to, because that's what decent people do. It's not what I want to do. But being decent largely has a lot to do with going through with things that you'd rather not and just doing it. And I think a lot of people in modernity have lost the capacity to either wrap their head around this or perform it, even if they understand it. They don't follow through. And that's a shame, because following through is very critical. You know, you can't say something and then not do what you say. That's not acceptable. Where am I located? Coral. So anyways, I can't shut up, but I feel that this rant is warranted to some extent, because I really don't feel that enough people have put due consideration into what their obligations are societally. And the fact that we live in a degenerate society wouldn't be a fact if we didn't all feed into it and to some extent address it through our own behavior. You know, you can't sit there and just lay everything that's wrong with society at the feet of other people. At a certain point, you have to have a participatory role in the things that you despise. Or you have to have a participatory role in dismantling the things you despise. You're either part of the problem or you're part of the solution. It's really that simple. I mean, there's no two ways around it. So I can't sit here and tell, you know, thoughts and internet whores and what have you, like, you have no right to live that way. I mean, I could tell them that, but you think they're going to be prone to respond positively to that or consider it or listen to me? I'm nobody to them. But what I can do is I can live by example. I can, you know, try to extol the values that I believe in by way of my own behavior, right? And that's something at least. You know, you're not going to convince people to be anything other than who they are, but what you can do is make them feel ashamed of their bad behavior and acknowledge that your way of doing things has some modicum of success or benefit to it. And if they see you living in a way contrary to how they live, and they see you doing well enough doing it, they might consider that there are other ways to go about handling their affairs and conducting their behavior. So honestly, the best way that you can lecture people that are garbage is not with words, but by giving them the so-called proof in the pudding. You know, and you also have to come to accept that sometimes certain ways of living, i.e. virtuous ways of living, have deleterious effects upon your societal standing and your personal holdings. You might not be as personally wealthy or as well off, you know, living a virtuous life as people who live a decadent life. And so there is going to be that disparity between, you know, the things that you say are good and the way you live not doing anything good for you. And there are going to be people are going to look at you like, well, you say that the way that you live is better, but you're worse off for living that way. You're going to have to accept that, yes, that is true. I would be better off if I lived more like you. But the reason why I refuse to live like you and live the way that I do is because I feel in the long term, it's easier to live with myself, even though it makes me more miserable, you know, in effect, to extol the virtues that I extol and hold up the beliefs that I hold up, because at least this way I can live with myself and look at myself in the mirror and not hate what I see. And maybe if you explain people, you know, and you're honest with them that, yeah, you know what, I'm telling you that the way you live is shit, and I'm telling you that the way I live is closer to right, but the way I live makes me more miserable. And if you live the way I live, you're not going to be as happy as you are now. That's not a very strong sell for a virtuous or moral or ethical way of living, but at least it's the truth. And one of the reasons why people generally trend towards things like degeneracy and general shit behavior is because the people selling this behavior are better at marketing that behavior than the people selling the antidote, the cure of living virtuously. You know, they're willing to lie. We aren't. I'm not willing to lie to you and say that living a virtuous life is going to make you happier in the short term or even in the long term, or even that there's any guarantee that living virtuously is going to do anything other than wreck you and make you destitute. Because sometimes if you live in a degenerate society and you're the only virtuous one in it, everybody and their brother is going to come from all around to just shit all over you. That's distinctly possible. Where is this? Oh my God. Why is it not giving me my quest? So I don't know. It is what it is. You can't expect people to respond to anything other than promises of positive things. Humanity by nature is biologically wired to seek the path of least resistance and generally seek out the least costly means of moving forward. So typically, unfortunately, if you promise them that it's going to be hard and there's going to be suffering, they're going to turn that down in favor of the thing that promises less suffering. We used to live in a time where there were things like rites of passage and decency laws and strong prescriptions amongst a given community. And now we have this more like big city mentality where it's every man out for himself. And honestly, it's nice to personally sacrifice and be, you know, like selfless, but you're just going to end up screwing yourself over, not thinking about yourself. So why would you ever not think about yourself if you're just going to get screwed over? Just think for yourself, think about yourself, and consider no one else. And it's hard to argue with that because they're not wrong. Thinking of yourself less and being selfless, therefore more altruistic, it's a hard road. It's a hard road to walk. And it means denying yourself the things that you want consistently and persistently. And who wants to do that? All right, I gotta go put these rolls in the oven real quick. This won't take but a second. One of the greatest things about my girlfriend is that she bakes. She made us up some dough for some rolls, and they're looking really good. They've expanded to twice their size as they promised to, and they kind of resemble in appearance those. Remember a school lunch before Michelle Obama ruined it for everyone? Back when they used to make those big pans of like the rolls with the brown tops, and they were like square because they intersected with all the other rolls, and they cut it, and you get this nice roll. And it just had like this sweetness to the bread. It kind of, you know, had a sweet taste to it, but it was also kind of savory. And you almost wish that they'd give you like a pat of butter to go with your roll. But even without the pat of butter, like school lunch rolls used to be amazing. And they would make them on site. Like they would mix up the dough right there and bake them in the kitchen from scratch, basically. And like school lunch used to blow the doors off of me, dude. I used to love school lunch. I mean, in middle school, they started giving you all that a la carte shit, like individual pizzas and whatnot that they'd effectively just microwave in the wrapper it comes in and just hand it to you, which is like whatever, low effort. But when I was in grade school, which I'm going to be 40 this year, so it's been a minute, school lunch used to be pretty delicious. Like, yeah, they did the square pizza slices and whatnot that they'd give you. And like, dude, it tasted like real food. And then Michelle Obama came along, and basically you'd end up sometimes getting stuck with a fucking carton of milk and an apple, and that's your lunch now. Like, what the fuck? Who cares about healthy whatever? You're young, you're still like physically developing, you need carbohydrates. I'm sorry to tell you this, but like, yeah, you do. Not to mention eating more bread calms kids down because it makes you lethargic, and you kind of need that because you want little boys to sit in a classroom and study the same ways as girls do, and girls just don't learn the same way as boys do. Boys put their hands to things and learn from doing, whereas girls will sit there and read books and write answers and study and reports and dissertations. That's not man shit. That's woman shit. Why do you think the number of male secretaries is next to non-existent? Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? It's because men don't have no time or patience for that shit. They're out there doing the thing. Schmoozing and boozing and wheeling and dealing and sales and marketing and all that. And then the chicks over there taking notes, because chicks sit there and quibble over details and notes, and men just do things. They execute. Women chronicle and men execute. Let's just put it like that. It's always been that way. That's just biology. You can think about whatever you want about that, but it is what it is. and never shall it be anything else other than what it is. All right. So what does he want me to do about Irana? He wants to be rid of her. Okay. All right. I'll go take care of your messy, dirty work, bro. I did not read any of the quests, so I'll just have to use the prompts in my journal and the map because I normally do read these, especially when I'm playing this game on a stream, because you guys are as interested in the story as you're interested in my babbling, my incessant babbling. So let's focus more on the game and less on my persistent and unending prattle. Somebody needs to be cheered up. Let's cheer you up, buddy. You don't like me very much, do you? Let's fix that. There you go, buddy. Now you're in a better mood. Why are these guys so bitter? Not only does that increase your speechcraft, everybody acts more favorably towards you, and if you commit crimes, you're still fucked because they care more about the law than they care about their opinion of you, because these guards are incredibly based. I've noticed that, with these Elder Scroll games, generally the guards are incredibly based. Now in Skyrim, if you have like a good relationship with the Jarl and he makes you his Thane, like you can get away with a certain amount of crime. And the guards are told to look the other way on certain behaviors, but there's a limit. Like these guys actually take their jobs seriously at upholding the law. It's kind of refreshing. Okay, so we know what we got to do. Okay. I'm trying to remember whether or not there's a skeleton key in Oblivion. There's got to be, right? There's got to be a skeleton key in Oblivion. The lockpick that doesn't break. I hope you like my chaotic hair today. I haven't done anything to brush it. It's just a mess. I'm going to have to pee again. All this caffeine and beer is just like, woo! I vaguely remember this quest. Well worth my effort. Guess I gotta tell my guild mistress about this. Or is it a guild master? I don't know. Whatever. All these chapters have different people in charge, and none of them are any kind of competent. I could go in here and just kill them all. The only time I've actually cheated in this playthrough is when I turn on God mode because I'm overburdened and I don't want to drop stuff that I want to sell later. But I haven't done any duping tricks, really, except for some arrows. Because, like, if you're in God mode and you shoot an arrow, you don't actually use an arrow out of your quiver. And so if you pick up the arrows out of the dead bodies, and if you miss the body and then, like, it's laying on the floor and you pick it up, it just adds to your arrows. So other than unintentionally duping arrows because I have God mode on because I'm overburdened, I have not cheated in this playthrough whatsoever. So where I'm at as a character and how effective I am, just pure gameplay. And again, God mode is just because sometimes I'm carrying too much. Okay, so what did he have to say about this? So who should I give the book to? Who should I give the book to? Oh, by the way, I do have a Discord server now that is linked to my brand spanking new profile on Subscribestar. I do not have any content to upload to Subscribestar just yet. I actually started that as a means to basically effectively take donations for work that I'll be releasing, and we're talking fiction. So I do a little bit of writing on my when I have the time, which is very seldom lately. I'm very busy, very long work weeks, but I'm working on some classical like fantasy / sci-fi short stories, real short stories, stuff you can probably read in a couple days or less. But also too, I do some erotic short fiction, and I only have like one of those stories on the internet as of right now, and I'm working on a sequel to that, and I'm also working on a longer serialized erotic short. Not the type of stuff I'm going to go into particular details on YouTube, because YouTube is not the place to, have that kind of content, but I do make that type of content. And I'm not going to name any names about where you go to view any of this content because, again, even though my videos on YouTube aren't meant for people under a certain age, people under a certain age will still watch that content, and I'm not trying to peddle smut to anybody that shouldn't be viewing it. But I do write some various fiction, and I'm trying to get all those works together so that I can effectively put them up on my Subscribestar, so that if you can, some of it'll be behind a paywall and some of it'll just be like openly available for consumption, so that way you can read some stuff at no personal cost. And if you like it, then you can throw me a couple of bucks here and there to view more of it, and then you'll be supporting me for producing it. And my hope effectively in this is that if I can make enough extra per month doing my fiction, I might be able to buy myself time off the job to stay at home and write from time to time. But I can't sit there and tell my boss I don't want to work these kinds of hours if I don't have any other way to pay my bills, right? So it's effectively what my hope is starting the Subscribestar account is to get some people a place to look at more risque content, and then also just my not erotic fiction, sci-fi stories and whatnot. And then that way, if enough people like it and support me by subscribing, I might be able to self-publish some works that are long enough to actually sell via places like Amazon or whatever. And if I'm making a little bit extra per month, like $200-300 a month, that's enough to buy me like a day or two off every month of work where I can sit and actually sit there and write, and I can afford to take the time to do that. Because as of right now, if I take a day or two to write, to work on some of my stories, that leaves me with time where I'm not making money, and time off work, time off task. And as much as I enjoy writing, I don't see it as just something I would do for free anyways, because my time is so limited. I'd rather relax with video games. So if you do want to support me, I'm going to start linking my Subscribestar at some point or another on my streams. but not until there is free content up on my Subscribestar for you to check out, because I don't think it's reasonable for me to present to you the opportunity to support me unless you have, like, you know, the means to assess like whether that content is for you or not. I don't want you to just blindly pay for things and not know what you're, and be like, man, I want my money back. I don't want that attitude. So like, I want to give you something to consider, and then if you want to support me, then you can do that there. And then two, I'm probably going to point towards Subscribestar for the time being as the sole means of tipping me for any of my live streams. Should I get more than like 1 or 2 viewers a week, like if people want to start like being regular attendees and listening to me babble about how my job treats me and whatnot, and things I like and things I don't like, you know, I'm probably going to go that route for now. I'm very ignorant of how a lot of the live stream stuff works. So I don't know how to use things like alerts to get donations and give you guys little cool animations to play. But I do know that OBS Studio actually has a very robust suite of tools that you can use to monetize streams. I'm not looking to make this my day job. I'm not going to quit my day job over streaming. Streaming is just a way for me to reach out, interact, and give the means for people that see me on my various social media accounts a chance to hang out with me when I'm not just being an obnoxious shit posting troll. Because 9 times out of 10, if you see me on Facebook, if you see me on Twitter/X, if you see me on FetLife, I'm not there to do what everybody else is there to do. I'm there to basically just troll people. It's what I do. It's a hobby. I don't take those social media accounts very seriously, because social media was never meant to be taken seriously, and it's just pathetic to do so. And generally, mocking people's worldview in that forum is just amusing. I'm a bit of a dick. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm a bit of a dick. But if you want to interact with me in a forum where I'm not being a bit of a dick, and you just want to see me as a normal human being doing normal human being shit, and a place for you to actually come and like ask me questions, talk to me, make recommendations of things that you would like to see me do, that's kind of like the driving force behind why I started streaming, is to just create an open place for me to interact with people in a more, I wouldn't say constructive, but a more casual format. So any of you who actually do come on here and watch me, like it's definitely reasonable for you to like, hey, you know, like, you know, you can ask me about things that I've said online. You can ask me about things that you think I think, or get clarification, or, you know, what have you. That was easy. That was easy. Now I'm wondering if I can confront this chick that wanted the book and get her to be mad about the fact that I gave it to somebody else. How do I get out of here? Oh, right. Got it. Yeah, I don't care about her anyways. Screw that lady. Yeah, and again, I'm really looking for another platform to live stream in a way that allows me to play NSFW games and discuss NSFW topics. That's probably not going to be Sunday noon through 4, because that's my like kind of casual like general audiences stream that I'm doing now, where I talk about my job, play some video games, babble incoherently, and get distracted by my roommate and my girlfriend. If we were going to do an NSFW type stream where I would play like more risque game titles, or talk about naughty stuff that may not be appropriate for all audiences, I would like to do that in a platform where we're not going to have to worry about minors being exposed to that content. And my more general fans who may not be interested in going into those types of topics and being exposed to that type of content from me can be insulated from that. And I can kind of have a plurality, if you will, of content production. No, I'm not going to start an OnlyFans. No, I'm not going to, you know, show you naughty pictures of me. That's no. No. If I know you, I don't know what I will and won't do, but it's not what I'm on the internet to do, is sell my body and become the town bicycle, as it were. And what I do in my own time, I don't want to make that public. But there is, NSFW video games, like, porn games, and then there's discussion of pornography, discussion of adult topics and stuff like that I would like to have a separate stream for, that we could schedule, that I could reasonably do every week, where it could be a little more casual, it can be a little more formless, a little more open as far as the format, if you understand me. And I would hope that I could have a place to do that type of stuff. And then, hey, if you want to send me, smut, whether it's erotic short fiction or links to videos or, furry smut, I can rate it or do something like rate my smut type thing. Like, what do you think of this? Or maybe I could do commission stories where, like, you want to see a story with this person and you show me 2 pictures, and then I try to use that to craft like a word narrative and give you an erotic story. Do like erotic fiction by commission or something like that. I could do that for you. You can ask my opinion about what do I think about this, that, or the other. Publicly, I don't really support porn. I think it's bad, but we all look at it for the most part. It happens. And so, like, I'm not going to sit there and be like, I'm a hypocrite, but I'm not dishonest. So while I don't openly support porn, I do engage and look at it like anybody does. So it is what it is. But I would like to have a proper forum for that type of content, so it doesn't leak out into like interactions with other people, because I don't want to offend anybody. And if that's not what you're trying to see, like, I definitely want to keep those 2 worlds separate. I'm not going to do phone sex. I'm not going to do any of that type of stuff. So it's not that type of forum that I'm trying to create with the Not Safe for Work stream, but more a place where, you can do things as long as it's not against the law, like no bestiality, no kitty diddling, anything like that. Like, we can probably have some fun and make jokes. You can share more wild memes. And of course, NSFW being NSFW, any off-colored jokes or humor that may get you banned on Facebook, by all means, you can share those memes there. So it's not even about just pure smut and sexuality. Like, we could also have a space to just share the type of stuff that get you thrown off of social media, and we can laugh about it like grown-ass adults. Now, obviously, due to all the things I just expressed interest in putting on this particular medium, it could be problematic to just make it general access. So we'd probably have to you'd probably have to be cleared by me and gain like pointed admission. It wouldn't be something you could get in invite only type thing. And that'd be fine. And because it would be invite only, those people who know me, who aren't into seeing that side of me and don't want to know anything about that part of my life, can be spared. And I think that'd be great for everybody. But yeah, just I kind of just want a place to just do naughty video games, naughty pictures, wildly inappropriate and off color, and possibly like prejudiced memes. Good stuff, the fun stuff, the best stuff. Oh, I need to wait in my room. Shit. I got to babbling. So that's one thing I would like to do. And, at some point I'll have enough of these stories put together and compiled so that I'll be able to actually start selling editions. So I'll be able to actually like publish a work of like poetry or a work of serialized fiction or erotic shorts, and I'll be able to engage in that in such a way to create something to sell. And then you can buy my books, short as they may be, in addition to giving me a monthly donation for like $5 or whatever. And eventually I will have alerts set up on my stream so that you can just do one-time donations as well. Spend the night sleeping in the inn. Okay. Yeah, these are just things I'm trying to do to just create some small monetization, effectively to buy myself a day or two a month off work so that I can work on these things because I do enjoy working on these things, but it's going to cost me time to do it, and time needs to be compensated because time is money. But then two, any money that I do like make that's just generally considered profit, I would like to spend on increasing the capacity of my computer, um, gaining access to software or elements of software or paid plugins to enhance my streams and video production. You know, I would like to get a back screen for behind me so that when I'm sitting here streaming, you know, you don't see my whole room and people walking by. Those types of things, green screens potentially. And it would just be good stuff. And then, of course, beefing up my computer. I would also be able to use a small amount of what I earn via donations and whatnot to boost my follower account by using a percentage of what you guys donate to do super chats and larger content creators streams to self promote, because that's one of the ways that you get more followers. I would also probably want to eventually, once I have at least 50 followers on YouTube, which will unlock the ability to live stream anywhere from my phone, I'd be able to go places and take you with me and do things live out in the world. That could be any number of things. Like we could do hiking trails together, or we could go to events. I don't know what kind of events offhand, but whatever. And I could actually alter my format for live streaming to include the possibility of getting my hands on an action cam, because those things aren't free, and the cheapest ones that are worth your time are about $200-300. And there's ways that you can actually use action cams to live stream, some of them anyways. You got to make sure you have one that can do that. And then we could have like sessions where I could babble incoherently like I do here on Sundays, walking around in the woods or whatever, and then you could enjoy better scenery while you're listening to me babble incoherently. So that could be fun. And then that would allow us more privacy to, you know, for you to ask me questions and interact with me in chat, and, you know, even get me one-on-one in Discord where like AMA, ask me anything. I'll be right back. I got to take the buns out of the oven. I just pulled the buns out. I'll be right back. All right. And now that the buns are out, we're done with that. I'm going to rock a quick pee pee, and then we'll get right back into it. Oh my goodness. Well, alrighty then, children. I am back. Well, all right, children. Now, one thing I need to learn how to do is, I think even before alerts and donations, I need to develop the means to quickly call up cards during my streams so that I can have like a little you know how like movies used to have intermissions and an intermission screen would just come up and that'd be your time to go potty or whatever, and then that would give the audiences kind of an indicator that like we're on a break. Like I would like to have some means of setting up, like, I don't know how to do this, but like have intermission cards for my stream so that I could pause the stream. A little card would come up saying be right back or whatever, and then a countdown timer so that I could basically just throw up an arbitrary time like, oh, I'll be back in another 45 seconds, 44, 43, and count down. And then once it gets to 0, like I have to get back before that timer ends and get back in place. I could kill my video feed, mute my microphone, and then just burn off to go pee or whatever, and then come back, and then you'd have your little intermission like telling you like when you could expect me back. So that way, if you're stumbling across my stream and there's nothing going on, you're like, what the hell? And you could see like, oh nope, he's gonna be right back. Says timer's right there. And I would like to have something like that set up so that I could easily call it up with like a keyboard shortcut or something of that nature. They have these decks that you can buy for streaming, and they got these little programmable macro buttons, and apparently some of the nicer ones for like $200-300, like you can even customize the image underneath each button, because each button has its own little screen, so that you could like put a GIF or something there. And I think if you have those, you can program those buttons to do things like that. But I don't even know what program I'm supposed to use to create an intermission card, put a timer on it, and then activate it. But if I could just throw up like an intermission card with an automatic 60-second timer with a push of one button and just have it just override everything on my screen and just, oh, we'll be right back. You know, I'm using a little meme picture or something, or just even a slideshow, you know, just like do like a picture changes every 10 seconds and then until I get back. And it's like, I can just have like 1 minute just preset, like, okay, well, that gives me enough time to go piss without washing my hands. How disgusting, you filthy pig. Or 2 minutes to wash my hands after peeing and then come back like a civilized human being. I would like to see that as part of my stream setup. And honestly, one of the main reasons I need a second screen for my computer, a second monitor or something small on my desk to put my OBS Studio interface on is to kind of also control different screen portrayals, because what I have my shit set up on right now is to share my entire desktop. And when I play EVE Online, I have it set up to only share the EVE Online window itself, so you can't see other things on my desktop. You just see the EVE Online window. And I have a couple other games configured that way in my stream setup through OBS. And I would like to have a faster switch between all those and have it set up to where I could literally just like either do like a combination of key presses or a single button macro that could switch between different views. I do eventually plan on getting a second and or third webcam so that I can have different views as well. I would like to have like an over the shoulder, like kind of almost like third person camera too. So I could actually share my desk space. And when I do unboxings, like I just did, I've never done an unboxing before, by the way, I could actually switch to that camera view and you can kind of see over my shoulder and look down at what I'm doing on my desk. And like, I could just not have to hold it up to you like this. You just see like down from over my shoulder, one side or the other, and be like, kind of like up here, kind of looking down, and you could like see me open the thing and you could see what I'm doing. And that would be kind of cool. And, when I go to fix my Razer Chroma keyboard, which needs a new switch because the K button is out, I would like to do that on camera as well and share that with the world, because it'd be my first time soldering. And so I think that'd be fun to do as like a shared event where people could actually watch me do what I do as I do it. And that'd be cool. Working on small parts like in electronic stuff, like for my car and whatnot, it'd be cool to have like more than one camera view of what I'm doing, or, you know, various content like that. And if I have somebody in the house that wants to join me for a podcast and kind of sit in with me, I would like to have a second microphone for that. physical microphone, and then also a camera angle that covers the whole room during events where I could get people to sit down and join me for a stream. So if my sister stops by and she wants to shoot the shit, or if my roommate wants to shoot the shit and we want to kind of share the conversation for whatever reason, or if my girlfriend agrees, probably without the video. She doesn't like to be seen because she doesn't want to be identified. She works in the school systems, and she doesn't necessarily like agree with the views and opinions that I share online. We're not the same person. So just because I say it and we're in a relationship doesn't mean she's like, absolutely 100%. That's right. It's not that way. But it would be cool to have, you know, like technically 3 cameras and like 2 microphones in my streaming setup. And I'm probably going to need a separate computer to run the stream separate from my gaming machine. I would imagine, because of all these video inputs and stuff would probably slow things down. I don't know. I don't know much about it. But these are all things I would like to do. And if I was to able to start getting on the spot donations or subscribers buying my erotic fictions or regular fictions, I would probably funnel, well, not probably, I would definitely funnel 100% of those funds into expanding my my platform, such as it is. So I would buy myself time off work to do more writing and compile those stories faster, like in a shorter time span. And I would also, you know, buy more equipment so that I could do these things. And I would very much like to, I lost my tablet, as you know. I would like to replace that tablet with a tablet that is sufficient for running a mobile stream, so that I could have, you know, like a setup where I'm doing a stream, but not at my house, but on site somewhere, and have my 2 microphones hooked up to a mixing board, you know, with the means to run either OBS or another similar platform on the go, have everything I need right there on site so that I could possibly interact with randoms on the street, you know, and have some nice microphones to have conversations with just randoms. And that could really open up the possibility of some very interesting content that's above and beyond what I originally envisioned. I would like to just talk to regular jackoffs about regular jackoff stuff. Nothing contentious, you know, nothing complicated and, you know, globo economic nonsense. No, just conversations. You know, I could bring on co-workers and just have like little round tables, as it were. I guess we're on to skin grad. So that's just, you know, something of a fast and loose roadmap. And I'm hoping within the next 7 days to actually articulate everything I just said into kind of like a tight and neat presentation text that I can upload to my Subscribestar, and have that as kind of a more nailed down roadmap and some milestones. So as I do gain funds, I can grow in the ways discussed. I think first and foremost, it should be emphasized that I'm going to do as much of this as I can with or without donations as my budget allows. But I don't know what time frame I can grow this stuff on my own money, because I don't, you know, I'm not middle class exactly. I'm paycheck to paycheck. But if I have another $50 for another microphone, I'm going to buy another microphone whether you guys donate or not. And if you do donate, I'll just have the microphone that much faster. But I think what I got to do over the next week is kind of articulate what my priorities are first and foremost. Like, what am I going to do first? Like, what am I going to do later? Like, where's my emphasis, and like, what's the order in which I plan on growing my platform? First, I would say that we're going to nail down cards for my stream, so that I can drop a card for I have to go pee, I'll be right back, or, you know, something like that. We're going to do that first. Then we're going to figure out the alerts through OBS. And hopefully by cleaning up and polishing my YouTube presentation weekly, that's going to wow enough people into thinking I'm not a complete amateur idiot losing his mind slowly in public fashion. What did she tell me to do? I wasn't paying attention. Okay. And once I get 50 followers on YouTube, I'll be able to do things on the go, mobily. And then we'll focus on getting some portable microphones, because I don't want to take the one that I have on my desk off of my desk and move it onto the road and risk breaking it. Like, I already have this microphone where I want it. I might get an identical microphone and just have it for like being on the road, but this is like a $55 microphone. As such, like I would have like one that's like my on-the-go microphone and one that's like a stationary, if that makes any sense at all. Okay, Bleak Flats Cave. And then I need a device that the microphone plugs into. So I have to make sure that if I buy such a device, it's going to work with a phone. Like, I can plug it into a smartphone and I can just use my phone, for example. Barring that, I would have to get a dedicated device to run a remote stream from, which is fine if I know what I'm doing. And then we could hit the road and talk to coworkers or talk to strangers or ask questions. I wouldn't call that journalism so much as just vox populi, just arbitrary random vox populi. Just, this dude seems like interesting. Hey, I'm having a drink at the bar. Hey, you got a minute? What for? Oh, so what do you think about XYZ? And just have free flow conversations. Just like, would you consent to just have an arbitrary anonymous conversation? And then just, first name only, and then just talk about some stuff. Nothing important, nothing serious. Shoot the shit type stuff. Tell me a dirty joke, whatever. And at first, I would probably do these types of contents not live. Not live. Because I would have to polish up the nature of these interactions to make sure that I'm not just, having racial pejoratives and other inappropriate stuff slip in the live streams, because that's just going to put a kibosh on everything real quick. And if we do pre-recorded, then at least I can pull out any identifying content. So if the dude gives his full name or the chick gives her full name, we can get rid of that so that we're not infringing upon their right to privacy. We got to make sure that they do give written consent to be recorded in any of the things they say. We have to put a preface in, like, now remember, none of their views expressed or opinions expressed herein are necessarily those I share unless I state otherwise. You got to do all kinds of stuff, do some language and tone policing and all that stupid crap. So pre-recorded would definitely be the order of the day initially for this type of content, and then we would slide over to doing this kind of stuff live after we kind of get the hang of it. So the fact that I don't have even 50 followers on YouTube wouldn't necessarily jam anything up initially, but I would need to have the means, probably by software, most likely by paid software, that I would have, a microphone and be able to record these conversations and be able to record them in a format to where I'd be able to cut them up and edit them for online consumption. And that's kind of one thing I wanted to do. And after I get the cards and the alerts so that I can clean up my Sunday streams and make those a little more presentable, I might start doing a little bit of light scripting, which is to say that a certain amount of like what I do on here will be a little more structured and a little less freeform, so less like arbitrary babbling, except for a given so that way, like, we can kind of like, okay, there's a time and a place for me to randomly banter and babble, and there'll be a time where like I talk about. So for this segment, I'll focus on the video game and nothing else. And for this segment, I'll talk about things that happened to me this week. And for this segment, it'll just be me arbitrarily babbling about my opinions on name a thing. No. Damn it. I didn't know that was stealing. It's just a chest. You open it and you take what's inside. That's just life, bro. Not cool, dude. So I can't even open up the box and take what's inside. That's just cock blocking my thievery. That's not cool, dude. I have the right to steal whatever I want. Anyway, so yeah, that's, and I have to essentially sit here and kind of like what I'm doing right now is thinking out loud after a fashion, because I'm sitting here like running through all this, trying to determine like how best to present all these ideas into a cohesive kind of almost like business plan. Because fundamentally, what I'm effectively doing and telling people about this that might be watching me is generating a proposal and then trying to get investment from funding from third parties to fund some or all of this as I can, as I'm able. Because it's not something I can just do 100% alone. If I could, I'd just do it. And you wouldn't hear anything about it. I wouldn't talk about what I'm going to do. I'd just do it. The reason why I'm talking about what I'm trying to do is in the hopes of generating interest in these so that some of you fine folks can maybe find something in it of worth that you'd be like, you know what, that sounds like a great plan. How about I help you out with $2 or $3 here and there? You know, a couple of $2 super chats, you know, a couple times a month. It's not a lot, but it does eventually add up, and it can over time make me like financially capable of carrying through some of the more elaborate elements. There's no real monetary cost as far as I know for generating intermission cards and learning how to do alerts on OBS via like Streamlabs or something like that is more of an issue of just watching video tutorials and having the time on hand to like parse over those and practice and, you know, learn and then do it like they showed me how to do it and get the hang of it, and then splicing audio and video clips from media. And oh my God, why did I do that? Probably so that I can steal from him. I thought he was another zombie. What did I know? I'm just the police, man. There'd be plenty of time to ask questions about why I shot him after the fact. He's shot. Let's just go with that. Oh. Take this book. Just take a couple things, you know, just take a little bit. Just take a little bit of things here and there. You know, just take some things. So yeah, we're going to get a second microphone to hook up here at the house or take with me on the road to do all that type of thing. God damn it. And then we're going to get a mobile device specifically for doing podcasts on the go, possibly a tablet, possibly a dedicated phone. Whatever I get, I would like to have it to have its own phone line. Because then that way I'd be able to use bandwidth on that exclusive and separate from my primary phone line. So then I would have my own phone independent, so I could answer calls and do things while I'm streaming and not be interrupted. And that way we would be able to do, you know, the thing, man. Come on, man. Corn Pop is a bad dude. And yeah. Eventually I want to have like a microcomputer to run my stream through and have my gaming computer as a designated gaming machine. Whereas cameras, OBS, microphones, all that would be run on a separate physical device independent of my computer. And what's great about that is I could have a capture device. You obviously have to have video capture in that device. And then I could also stream on my PlayStation 4, or my Xbox 360, or my PlayStation 2 by just running the video out through that computer. And effectively, I could stream anything that I do at that point on any device, really, within reason. A little apology for shooting you earlier. Just as a friendly reminder, I have no idea where I am right now. Got to get out of this place. All right. I think I kind of know where I'm going. I really don't know where I'm going, but I'm going to say that I know where I'm going. Maybe you'll believe me, maybe you won't. Maybe I'm a liar. Maybe I'm a filthy liar. A liar and a deceiver. I have no idea how the microphone quality is right now. I'm just guessing that it's okay. Are you really going to make me like walk you all the way back to town? You suck. Better be keeping up, you clown. Oh, dear God. Are you coming or not? Let's go. Come on. Filthy rat bastard. Takes too long. I don't know where I'm going. It's kind of terrifying. All right. Yeah, so you guys kind of are getting an idea for what my roadmap is for expanding my online activities, so to speak. It's very likely that I'm actually going to split the baby on funding means. So, like, my Subscribestar is going to be kind of a jumping off point for NSFW. And I've had one peer of mine, I wouldn't call him a friend, but somebody I know and hang out with sometimes or have interacted with at least online. They said, well, what about if, like, kind of separating that from like some of your more normie like acquaintances and whatnot? And I'm like, yeah, well, they do have something called Substack, which I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's also a structure for subscription based donations. And also you can sell content on there, and that's probably where I'm going to do like more vanilla bit related stuff. I'm still going to sell my my more safe for work fiction on Subscribestar, yes, but my Substack, which I do have once I populate some of these works online, will be pure like normie stuff. So nothing inappropriate, nothing weird, nothing that might be mildly offensive or any of that, or it's not something you ever wanted to think about when you think about me. That's all going to go on Substack, so that like the normies will kind of populate there, because Substack is not for not safe for work content. So that's all going to be happening there. So there'll actually be more than one option for you to buy my poetry and serialized fiction, so you don't have to be exposed to stuff that might not be something you're comfortable with. And I'm hoping that by doing this kind of binary market arrangement, that I can kind of have two places for people to consume the stuff that I'm not charging any money for, and then if they like it, donate, and therefore receive the stuff that I am asking for money for. Like, for example, like a lot of my serialized fiction shorts will be freely available for you to read, you know, kind of like a chapter 1 free trial type thing. And if you like the story, you want to kind of see how the story evolves, I would kind of just ask you for a small amount for you to finish your access to the entire work and all of the other subsequent chapters that may be contained therein. And doing a serialized fiction situation where a novella is basically busted up into like short stories is something that they used to do back in Victorian times. Because obviously, if you have a day job and a life, it can be very difficult to put out a book with any rapidity. So the capacity to just, you know, do about 20, 30 pages, release it as a part of the story, and then come back to it in a month or two actually works better for a person in my situation. And then 2, it spaces things out enough to where I can consider for continuity and other story issues that might damage the pacing if I was to just shit out a book in a month. It would just be higher quality, because then I could kind of work the pacing and target the amount of time I think you should finish my chapters. And like, is this something you can read for an hour in bed before bedtime reliably, or is this going to be like 2 or 3 days for you to consume? I can kind of just work the pacing to kind of make it more generally friendly for the average reader, and that's something that I'd also put some thought into. And one of the main reasons why I'm thinking that a subscription-based access plan for my works would be more better for me, yes, from a money standpoint, because instead of like, you know, $3 buying you the whole story, you're paying like $3 or $5 a month, and you're getting regular chapters. So I mean, obviously, I'm kind of like jamming you up a little bit that way, yes, and I'm not happy about it, but it also kind of tamps down on your expectations to like pay $3 and get a whole book. It's not going to be like that. Unfortunately, we got to kind of go with like a weekly or monthly series release, because I just don't have the time to just crap out these entire stories. I don't have time. I'm a busy dude, you know, and my time is not 100% my own either. When I come home from work, I still got to give my girlfriend some time. And why would I have a girlfriend if I wasn't, you know, if I was going to spend all my time on myself? No woman will accept that from a man, nor should they. They deserve better. So yeah, that's kind of one of my primary driving forces of settling upon a subscription-based portal paywall into the stuff that I'll be releasing. Now, again, a lot of the work that I'm about to be releasing over the next 30 to 45 days will be free. You won't have to pay anything. You can just come onto the platform, be that Subscribe Star or Substack, and I will be releasing those links once I have the content populated and I have something for you to come look at and read and interact with. I will be releasing those links so that you can go there, consume that material. I won't be introducing a proper paywall or advertising for you to buy into that until such time as there is at least something on the other side of that wall to make it worth the money that you would be spending. And again, I'm probably going to cap it out at about $3 to $5 a month, or whatever the minimum they allow per person. That gives me almost nothing. So, you know, I mean, I'll probably have like 15, 20 people tops reading my stuff on the regular, donating on the regular. That's nothing after taxes and after the commission fees for these platforms. But I cannot in good conscience charge you any kind of money for something when you're not going to get anything for it. It's stupid. You know, if you go to, I don't know what they sell paperback books for nowadays because of the strongest economy ever. But when I was a lad, we're talking 12 to 15 years old, I collected paperback books. I still have a bunch of them in my storage unit in boxes. I would pay on average about $6.99 to $7.99 for a full novella or novel. And therefore, if I'm charging you $8 a month and I don't have a full book for you to read in a month's time, you're getting ripped off. I mean, it could be argued that $3 to $5 a month for not a whole book is something of a ripoff too. But again, I want you to understand that what I would be getting out of subscriptions on the reg is the means to actually buy myself a day off once or twice a month where I could just do nothing on that day but write. Oop, touch my microphone. And if I do nothing for a day but write once or twice a month, that's probably going to translate to about as many as 50 pages a month right there that I can share with people. Is it all going to be one story? Sometimes. Is it going to be divided between like little short stories and poetry, perhaps sometimes. I'm not going to give you any promises about the nature or the shape or form of this content, only that I'm going to try to use any donations that I get to fund the capacity for me to sit and make that content. Both my roommate and my girlfriend, much like myself, have day jobs. So if I was to get $200 or $300 a month, then I could afford to tell my employer, hey, look, on this day, 2 or 3 weeks hence, I'm going to take a day off. And then while everybody's at work, I could sit here and write uninterrupted, unbothered, unmolested, unharassed, and pump out some stuff. I'm actually pretty effective at writing, despite the fact I 2-finger type. I get a lot done if I'm left to my own devices for 4 to 8 hours. That 4 hours, I think I've put in like 15, 18 pages one time of just writing because I kind of had a storyboard already. So it's not unfeasible if I got that kind of money, because that's what I'd basically be missing out on is $200 to $300 a day if I worked instead of staying home. So I'd kind of want that much to just call in effectively, and I wouldn't be calling in. I'd have to notify my employer out of respect for him that, hey, I'm not going to be available on this day. I'm just not coming to work. And if he's got 2 or 3 weeks notice, that's fine. Nothing doing. If I'm not pissing away the opportunity to earn money on the job, no problem. So in the short term, I'm going to be doing this on my own time for free as best as I can. It's going to go very slowly. It takes time for me to write. And if I come home at 7:30 p.m. and my roommate just comes out of his room and starts arbitrarily talking at me and I have to engage in a conversation, or my girlfriend's had a long day and wants to spend 45 minutes telling me about how her day went, I have to interact with them because I live with these people. And if we don't have a positive and constructive relationship, I'm not going to be in an environment where I can be creative. So they got to have my time, then they got to have my time, and I got to offer it to them. That's just respect. So it's better if I can do this writing when nobody's fucking with me, but there's only so many ways that I can go about this. I could theoretically set my alarm for 4 a.m., get up and go straight to my computer and sit down and start typing. And then when I leave at 6 a.m. to go to work, that's maybe an hour and 20 to an hour and 30 minutes that I could invest once or twice a week. The problem being is I don't get to go to bed until 10 p.m. on average, just because of the fact I don't sleep alone. I share my bed with my girlfriend, and for all of her being considerate of me, it's not just my room, it's our room, so I have to kind of just go with it. So it'd be really difficult. I'd basically be sacrificing sleep to do that, and I'm just not keen on it. And on the weekends, me and her arm wrestle over where my time gets spent. And I really do like playing video games, which is why I have a gaming computer. So if I have to cut my gaming time in half to just write something that I don't know that anybody's going to read, it's a bit of a pickle, isn't it? And I mean, generally on Saturdays, no less than half the day goes towards spending time and interacting with my girlfriend, because again, she's my girlfriend and she gets pissed at me throughout the week for me coming home tired and not wanting to deal with all that shit and hear about her day because I'm been gone for 12 or 13 hours straight. So we'll figure it out, and we will kind of work through these problems and get to a point where we can start producing reliable and consistent content on a reasonable time basis. All right, we're going to kind of get some structure to the thing. I'm going to take some fictions that I've been kind of storyboarding out and flesh them out and create some chapters. I got one story about a guy that is like a hobbyist guitar player that kind of by dint of accident discovers something to do with frequencies in quantum physics, and this leads to him holding the keys to some new human innovations. And then it's kind of a story about what do you do when you have something that everybody wants but you're not sure that anybody needs or deserves. Just some regular jack off with all this power, not fully understanding what he has, only knowing that he has something that's very big, and just how does he go about it. He's not so stupid that he doesn't know who Oppenheimer is, so there is a degree of perception of unintended consequences. That's one story I want to write. And then there's another story about a character that I refer to as Himself Almighty, which is a recurring character throughout human history, and he's effectively the same guy but not. And any time that he manifests in a given series of events historically, things get shifted and changed for his presence there. He sometimes doesn't die for a long time, and in other times he does, and then he's basically instantly replaced. But he's a persisting character in human history, and he's human, but something about his consciousness just lends itself to him never really leaving existence. And so he's just a persisting consciousness incarnate in flesh. And the main reason why I refer to this character as himself Almighty is because he generally, in his manifestations, is lended to leadership and finds himself always being an authority and a hand at the rudder of human development. And so as a result, he creates. Anytime his presence is in a given chain of events in human history, he is steering the ship and determining the outcome through his actions. Some of them intended, some of them unintended, but he is a powerful, influential force in humanity, and he's human himself. I refer to him as himself Almighty. You know, I've played around with like name reveals in that particular story, and I don't know that I want to do a name reveal. I might just continuously refer to him as himself Almighty. I have determined that we're not going to do any gender swaps. It's going to be a dude every time. He's not going to be like the Doctor where we're just going to make him, you know, put a black chick in it and make her lame and gay. No, we're not going to do that. It's just going to be a dude that constantly manifests. He doesn't have to look exactly the same every time, but I'm sick and tired of the wokeism and the race swapping and the gender swapping. That's not happening in the story. It's just not happening. There will be other characters in the Himself Almighty anthology that do also remanifest over time. I guess you could refer to it as reincarnation, but I don't see it as reincarnation. It's something else. It's a persisting consciousness in human form. There's no advancement, you know, like you don't elevate into a higher plane of being every time you live another life. It doesn't work that way. It's just the same persisting souls, if you will, revisiting. This one's going to be a lot more science fiction. And there is going to be kind of a conflict in the story because we're going to begin in the future and we're not going to do like a complete chronological mix up, you know, but I want to kind of tell part of the end of the story in the beginning and then come back in and just kind of tell the story until we catch up to that point. And then once I tell the story and catch up to the point where the story began, I haven't fully fleshed out the story. I'm still storyboarding it, so we don't know what we're going to do with it. Once I release 3 or 4 chapters of that, I would like to crowdsource, do some polling and some surveys, and just ask people who read it to honestly provide feedback about what they thought about it, what they might do in my shoes, what they would recommend, what they liked or didn't like about given characters and events. And I don't promise you that I'm going to use that as a fulcrum to just change the whole story around because you didn't like this, that, or the other, but I will listen to what you had to say, and it may have an influence on the story. But it's my story. It's not your story. You're along for the ride. So please don't forget that and get some false sense of you're steering the ship. You're not the captain. I'm the captain. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I am the captain now. So those are 2 stories that I really want to, you know, flesh out and write out and share with the world. I think both of them have the potential to be interesting even in modernity, but I'm going to tell you right now, look at what I look like. My video is up. Look at me. Look at what I look like. I'm not going to protagonize somebody who doesn't look like me, somebody who isn't physically immutably like me. I'm going to write about characters and protagonists that resemble me. If you don't think that that's reasonable, if you don't think that's fair, if you think that's offensive, and you don't look like me, I would encourage you to write your own fucking stories and come off of it. These are my stories. These are my characters. This is my mind, my creativity. I encourage you to explore your own, and I will support you exploring your own. And if you want to create a completely authentic and original story based upon people that look not like me, you go on ahead and do that. Our main characters and my stories are definitionally a product of my life experiences, my interpretation of them, and things that I personally can identify with. I can't identify with an Aboriginal person. I can't identify with a French person. I can't identify with a Russian dude. I can't identify with a South American guy. I can't identify with an African. I don't know enough about these. I didn't spend 10,000 hours in college studying about these types of cultures. So while I might touch upon cultures that are foreign to me, such as South and Central America, Europe, Far East Asia type places, the Middle East, Africa. I might reference some of this. You're not going to see me spend a lot of time in these foreign cultures in my stories because I don't know the first thing about them. And I would have to do some degree of loose and sloppy and cursory research into these cultures before I could even introduce them into my tales because I don't know anything about them. And I'm not just going to arbitrarily make shit up and be so wrong about a given culture in a story that people get butthurt and come at me and blah, 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 blah. No. I mean, it's fiction, so I'm going to make a bunch of shit up. Absolutely. But I'm going to be making shit up based upon my experiences and what I know and what I understand. And if you would do it different, then write your own fucking book. So I just want to get that out there right now. It's going to be hell for me releasing these works by myself because no publisher right now wants people that look like me and are like me to produce content about people that look and are like me. They want me and other authors to write brown women and shit, and it's just not going to happen. Sorry. Go somewhere else. Don't care. Bye-bye. You know, door hitting you on the ass on the way out and all that. No. I am what I am. I couldn't help that. I didn't make a decision to be born how and what and where I was and when I was. I just was born that way. And that's probably the same for you, whoever you are. You didn't make a decision to be what you are. You just are what you are. There's nothing wrong with that. That's totally okay. But I'm not going to fucking change the story to cater to your sensibilities. I will... All of the stuff I release will have feedback, and I will have threads and forums and whatnot in place as I release these stories for people to provide constructive feedback and say nice things or say mean things. And if you want to be a total jerk and say I suck and I can't write and my story is shit, there's going to be a place for you to do that. And you can say anything you want. But I'm going to tell you right now, it won't matter. I'm still going to write about what I want to write about, and there's nothing you can do about that. So while you can use the forums that I will be providing for you to provide feedback on these ongoing stories that I'm working on as I produce this content and put out the chapters for you to read, I want you to understand that you speaking your mind is just you speaking your mind. Yes, I will be reading. Yes, I will be listening to the things you have to say, but no, you're not going to steer my stories. Go write your fucking own story. And you can feel any way you want about that. I really don't give a shit. It's not my problem. Okay? So, like, if you think you're going to cry bully me into, like, writing a story that's just for you, and I'm going to just put great effort into, like, identifying with who you are, no, you aren't me. I've never lived your life. I don't care to write stories about your life. We're writing stories about what I want to write stories about because it's my story, not your story. Go get your own story. Or you can just steal from me and change it and make it your story, and we'll see who's more popular. If you can do my thing better than me, then I guess that's just you doing better than me. Congratulations. Nobody gives a shit. You want a popsicle? Rub it around your sore pooper? Nobody cares. So, yeah, we will be in the next 30 to 45 days seeing the first 3 or 4 chapters of these 2 separate stories that have nothing to do with each other. Because I will be doing serialized chapter-based fiction releases, there will be some kind of like short stories that are in one universe or the other, kind of like in the same realm, so that like there's interconnecting stories. But the Hune story about the guy that plays guitar, finding about quantum physics and whatnot, that's its own thing. And then Himself Almighty is its own thing. And there will be related stories that I'll just pepper in, little like short stories that I could throw together in an anthology book that will be in one of those 2 universes. And honestly, I'm going to pump both of those for a while and see what I can get out of it creatively. And once we get to like about 200 to 300 pages per, I might be introducing a third, extended universe of its own, like its own anthology that has to do more with the classical fantasy and get out of sci-fi for a while. But I'm probably going to be running with the 2 sci-fi stories for a second and just kind of getting to the point where I have a pretty solid novella or at least a collection of stories to publish on, say, Amazon or some shit. And then once we kind of have like a completed work that I can sell in print of each of those and have those out there in the world somewhere, we're going to come back around and get back into classic fantasy and do some swords and sorcery type shit because that's always good times and it's fun. There will probably be a little more so-called diversity in the swords and sorcery, but not from a modern perspective, not from a modern lens. We're talking more like classical fantasy. So, you know, you'll have humans and elves having contempt for each other, but yet working together and overcoming their differences, and some dwarves and gnome shit. Just archetypical stuff that is very comfortable, very familiar. Not a lot of innovation, but just stories that I want to tell, things that I want to write about. And I may be drawing from certain experiences I had with pen and paper role-playing games to flesh those out. Pen and paper role-playing games that I might use as a backbone for those stories to kind of start and just kind of permutate it from there. It's always fun to just write classical. I wouldn't call it high fantasy, but if you're familiar with the Dragonlance Chronicles and Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman, they did a lot of great work, and a lot of their storytelling shaped my creative mind at a young age. So I would like to kind of do my first classic fantasy setting story in a similar vein and tone to what they might produce, but obviously independent of them. I'm not going to be taking elements of their stories to use in my story. I'm just going to kind of have a similar writing style where it's more action oriented, probably more targeted towards young adults, with a toned down lexile, using less large words and more accessible language, so that somebody who, say, is between 17 and 20 years old might more readily pick it up and understand what's going on. The pacing is going to be a little faster, so we're going to focus less on character development and long-winded dialogues and role-playing and all that and backstory, and we're just going to kind of get into the nitty-gritty. And I'm going to try to do dynamic storytelling, something that's just quick. So, like, in one chapter, like, we're going to get through an entire like chain of events in this one town, and we're going to be on to the next thing in the next chapter. We're going to go, I can't snap with my right hand. We're going to go faster with the story and kind of keep things kind of moving, if that makes any sense. I would like to have that because I feel that high fantasy moves a little slower, but it can get real bogged down real quick. Like, I loved Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time for the universe and the events in it, but the way it was written was a fucking millstone about the neck of my focus and concentration. And I cannot tell you how many pages I actually skipped through without reading because I got sick and tired of exploring how all the characters, and there are like hundreds of them in the story, hundreds of characters, how they felt and how they reacted to what another character was wearing, or the food they were eating, or the blisters they got on their feet from walking. I don't care. Who the hell cares? Just fucking stick with the story. Dude, they're being chased by this shadow shit in these fucking tunnels, and they don't know how they're going to get out. Let's take a break from all that to spend 2 fucking chapters talking about 2 kids fucking stuck with a fucking ornery captain on a boat for a while. The pacing was fucked. Terrible. And to be honest with you, as much as I loved The Lord of the Rings growing up, sometimes in that, the pacing was fucked. Terrible. If you're going to do swords and sorcery, really, and I mean really, the best way that you could approach it is keep it fucking moving. Dynamic. If you pick up that book to read in the evening, knowing that it could just be a long, heartfelt discussion between 2 people that haven't decided if they love each other or not, dude, that's great for a certain audience. But I will tell you right now, 68% of the people that pick that book up don't care. They want devastating magic. They want vile and sinister enemies. They want blood. They want gore. They want steel. They want creaking armor and swinging swords and secret rooms and caves and the comic relief character bringing about an entire fucking army down on the heads of the main party. Like, they want insanity. They want, like, it should feel more like the Lord of the Rings movies and less like the Lord of the Rings book as far as the pacing. I mean, there's a time and a place to get, all into like, oh my God, the touchy-feelies and personals and personality and character development, all that shit. Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, dude. It was agony to read the first Game of Thrones book, Song of Ice and Fire, or Fire and Ice, or whatever it was. Like, I barely finished the first book, and when I got done with that, I was like, I am not going to read these other books. Ain't nobody got time for that. It just, none of it mattered. Why are you wasting 3 chapters investing me into somebody that's going to be fucking killed 5 pages after that next chapter. You just wasted my fucking time. And after this happens, I don't even know how many times George R.R. Martin with his bullshit, you start to realize that effectively anybody that you might become invested in as a character, honestly, they're all pieces of shit. Most of them are going to die, and you're effectively wasting your time and emotions hitching your wagon to any of these story arcs. They're all pieces of shit in their own ways. They're all bad people in their own ways. And effectively, you don't, like, pretty much none of them are going to survive. So what do you even fucking, it's a very nihilistic experience. Like, what does any of this matter? It's just, at a certain point, like, everybody's going to die. They're all just terrible. Like, fuck it. Let them all, just, can you please be quicker about killing them all and waste less time trying to make me care that it happened? Cut the bitch's throat. I don't give a shit about her fucking past love life. And I know that's callous, but damn it, man. For real. It's okay to kill main characters from time to time in a story to kind of keep the stakes high. But, like, at a certain point, you have nothing left. You just, okay, well, is it going to be an exceptionally gory and brutal death? And are you going to do a good job fleshing that out in the pages to, like, make it violent enough to be considered some kind of splatterpunk? Well, that might be interesting, I guess, but George R.R. Martin doesn't even do that justice. The dude's not a good writer. Everybody thinks he is, but his story's shit, the pacing's awful, and he just fucking doesn't know how to write good characters. They're all just bastards. Even the victims turn into bastards. They don't overcome, you know, like, their traumatic experiences by becoming a better person, and they just sink down to the level of the people that did that shit to them, and it's just, the whole point. It's garbage. That's not high fantasy. It's trash fantasy. And effectively, my third book will be a trash fantasy book, but it's going to be less nihilistic. I'm going to write stories. Everybody else is going to write stories if they write at all. All right. So you have different prerogatives. You have different goals. You have different ideals. You have different values. But my values is the good guys fucking win. The good guys win. They get to win. They lose some battles, but they win the war. So you don't even have to read the book. I'll tell you right now. Spoiler, the good guys won. There will not be a morally ambiguous, but was it the right thing at the end of the book? You get all the way to the last page. But was that the best way that it could have turned out? Did we really win or did we lose? Because no mafascism, none of that shit, no. I will always write stories, and short stories or long stories, whether it's a full-on novel or a mid-length novella or just a little short fiction piece. The good guys win. And because it's me writing these things, the good guys aren't going to be gay. The good guys aren't going to be minorities. Unless, of course, the rest of the world outpaces whites. I don't know. Maybe I'll write a story where it's the future and white people are now the minority race. That could be interesting. I'm sure it'll piss off plenty of people because, you know, they don't want white people to have anything. They just want to take it all. Can take these nuts. Yeah. Straight white men, supportive feminine women. Yeah. It's going to be shocking, but that's the kind of shit I write. Now, here's the fucked up part. The antagonists are probably going to be straight white men, too. So, you know, white versus white. I mean, I'm not trying to get myself, like, convicted of hate crimes for, like, making the villains, you know, some hood rat or something. That wouldn't be very constructive, now would it? So, yeah, it's going to be a straight white guy fighting straight white guy. You never know. People of color might actually relate to that. Be like, see, yeah, they're awful to each other. Nothing like how civilized we are. We was kangs. Huh? Yeah. Long live the homie, I guess. So, spoiler alert, you don't even have to read my stories to know that it's the protagonist is going to win, and it's going to be effectively a straight white guy, and it's going to be some other guys of different, like, races and creeds. You know, and in fantasy, it's going to be elves and dwarves and shit, and in science fiction, it's going to be, you know, there'll be other racial characters. I'm not saying it's all going to be just white party, you know, like white power. No, not at all. Not at all. Like, I don't have problems having other characters that are from other backgrounds and ethnicities and other cultures. That's totally cool. But I didn't grow up in another ethnicity. I didn't grow up in any other background than the one I grew up in. And I'm not from another ethnicity or culture. So the person who's going to be the most developed character is going to look and be most in common with how I look and how I am. It's a mind blower, I know. And if you have a problem with it, you don't have to read it. Nobody gives a shit if you read it or not. It's going to get written either way. It's going to get written faster if you donate. It's going to get written faster if you subscribe, but it's still going to get written. And if you spend your whole time trying to make sure that nobody reads my book, that's great, because you just Streisanded me into more popularity than I'd probably get if nobody talked about my book. So by all means, I encourage you to read a couple chapters and just fucking loathe what I'm putting out there, and then just inadvertently give me public attention. You go right on ahead and do that. I'll thank you kindly. I'll ask you in a personal DM, is there anything that I could have done more offensive? And then in the next chapter or the next work, it'll just be that. I would also like to induce into one of my little yarns, one of my fictions, the demise of one Justin Trudeau. Not in name. It'd be kind of like a caricature, an effigy, and just basically be acknowledged by his own governance that he's a piece of shit and evil and vile and needs to be basically treated as a treasonous traitor to his people, and just maybe a public conveyance of what is due for those types of people. I would most definitely like to, in one of my stories, at least one of them, just envision a based Canada that just flushed all their stupid liberal bullshit down the toilet and just got their show back on the road. Because there was a time, not in my lifetime really, that Canada was pretty based and they were not to be fucked with. That's not true anymore. Their syrup is shit. Their values are in the gutter. And the most frightening thing about them is having to live among them and tolerate their insufferable YIMBYism, I guess would be the fastest route towards explaining what the fuck they're about. Ugh. They're just, oh my God, it's so cringe. Overly polite, overly apologetic, self-loathing. More inclined to be a doormat for the type of people who don't like share their values than rather than standing up against them and be like, hey, this is Canada. It's Hockey and Labatt blew up here, you motherfucker. And if you don't like that, you'd better leave now, because otherwise we're going to run you out of town by flogging you until you hit the city limits. But no, please, please, please come in and denigrate everything that we stand for. Just please be bilingual about it in both English and French. That's the only thing they really assert themselves on. Don't say anything against trans people, and please, linguify all your contempt and insults of our culture in both French and English. If you're going to, accommodate our language requirements, then you can say whatever you want about us and just make fun of us and mock us. And what are you going to do? The only exception to that being on Facebook. If you talk shit about Canadians anywhere on Facebook, you will get put in timeout so fast. I swear to God, the only people that are bigger pussies about, getting made fun of other than Canadians would probably be Australians, because they cannot take any criticism. Any criticism. If you say anything derogatory or negative about Australians or Canadians on Facebook, bam, timeout. 3 to 30 days. 3 to 30 days dungeon for you. Can't talk shit about Aussies and Canadians. Bunch of pussies. You would honestly get in less trouble for denigrating and mocking and making fun of, like, people in certain other hotbeds in the global climate, like the Fertile Crescent. Don't ever talk shit about anybody over there if you want to have like a future as far as having a career or anything. If you're white collar, that's off the limits. But I would say that Australians, Canadians, and to some lesser extent, barely New Zealand, like those three are almost treated with a similar kid glove approach to, like, say, Salafists, however you pronounce it, people of Islamic persuasion. You can't say anything negative about the entirety of the continent of Africa. You can't say anything negative about Ukrainians right now, ironically, even though they're basically descended from Nazis. And you, depending on what you say, you can kind of have a few jokes about Chinese people, but you can't take that too far. But my God, dude, what world do we live in? What warped timeline is this that you treat Canadians, Australians, and to a lesser extent New Zealanders as though they're like Nigeria? Like, really? Are they the same kind of untouchable? Really? Well, we're not going to comply with that. I'm sorry. We're not. If you're watching my live streams, if you're viewing my content, if you're interacting with me and you come from or have any dealings with or have any loyalty or ethnic alignment with Canada, Australia, or to a lesser extent New Zealand, I'm going to trigger the shit out of you. And if you get mad and start threatening me and like railing and raving and spurging out, I'm just going to go harder because it's funny. Nobody takes you seriously. You guys are a meme. It's funny. That's why. That's why. That's why. It's funny. You want to come back and make some anti-American jokes? Yes. All that's probably true. Everything you have to say negative about America, it's probably true. We're messed up over here. No doubt about it. But you're still a bigger joke than we are. And your accents suck. Oh, I missed a call. Hold on. I'm on Do Not Disturb still. Shit. Okay, hold on. Bear with me. Sorry I missed your call, comma. I guess my phone was still on Do Not Disturb from last night. It's always great to have my number one viewer on my live stream, which is me. Not only does that allow me to give myself at least one live viewer per stream, it also allows me to see my chat during live stream because I only have the one monitor to play games on. So I have this one monitor. I can't really Windows Oblivion because it gets glitchy when I try to run it as a windowed app. And then having my live chat on the screen is just taking away real estate that I could be spending on my gaming. So I actually use my phone to watch my own stream muted so I don't, have audio feedback. And then I can see when you send me messages. And then I get a free view, which is great because none of y'all stick around too long. You get kind of pissed off about my endless babbling. You don't like the things I say, or you find it boring, or maybe I'm not good enough looking for you to like, oh my God, it's hideous. It hurts my eyes. Okay. Hold on a second. There we go. Where's the nearest location? You're not going to be an adventurer ever again. Even if you hadn't died. That's an arrow straight to your knee, bro. Sorry about your luck. These are not very good shots. God, I can do better than this. I'm kind of ashamed of myself. In the arm and in the knee. Jesus. Well, what are you going to do, right? All right. Got to get that marksman skill all the way up. Damn it. I don't know where the first arrow went, but I got him on the second shot. Where'd he go? There he is. It's always important on your way to locations that you haven't discovered yet to discover locations along the way. It makes fast traveling to future quests locations that much easier because you put the groundwork down in the first place. Once we do the Knights of the Nine side quest, it's going to be very incumbent upon us to do some serious traveling on foot. So being able to nail down where each one of these shrines are in order to get the blessings necessary to fully start that quest, it's really good if you have the map laid out. And even so, I still almost always have to use online tutorials to find those. You bastard, hold still. So I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be a filthy, rotten cheater and probably going to have to get myself some more silver arrows once I get down below 20. So I'll turn on God mode and just shoot a wall a couple times and recollect those arrows. It's pretty much the only way that I've cheated in this entire playthrough is that I keep number one, keep collecting the 10 poison apples from Fort Farragut, which I don't consider cheating because it's built into the game and you don't have to do anything that breaks the game. They keep reappearing in the barrel every like 7 or 8 days. So you can just keep coming here and collecting these poisoned apples, and they're worth quite a bit. So if you sell them individually after getting maximum friendliness and haggling with merchants, and you sell them for as much as you can successfully sell them for, it increases your barter or whatever it's called, and then also like you make some serious good money off of them. So I'm a big fan of the poisoned apple thing. That's it. I mean, it's not going to by itself make you wildly wealthy, but it's a good revenue stream, especially early on in the game when you're trying to get enough money to actively and continuously keep your weapons and equipment repaired. Because remember, your armor skill does not let you repair enchanted items until it's gotten past a certain point, which I think is like 75 or higher. So like, what is it? Apprentice, then journeyman, and I forget what the third tier is, but you have to get your armor skill up past a certain point before it'll let you self-repair enchanted shit like Mehrunes Razor, Shadow Hunt, my favorite bow. All of these things like requires a threshold of armor skill, which you do not start the game with, and it actually takes a lot of time and effort to build up your armor skill to that point because number one, repair hammers are pretty heavy to be hauling around, and then number two, you have to go through quite a few of them. Now, in my previous playthroughs, what I would effectively do, 2 of them, Jesus, how many of you idiots are there? So in previous playthroughs, what I would do is like we go in here, save our game, menu, items, repair hammer. Oh no, I broke it. So what we can do is we can load our game. Try again. Oh, it didn't break it that time. And you can basically keep the same repair hammer and repair all kinds of things because there's a chance that your repair hammer is going to break every time you use it. But there's a chance concurrently that your repair hammer may not break every time you use it. So if you use your repair hammer and it doesn't break, and then you save your game again and then repair something else, theoretically, one repair hammer can do it. And if it breaks, just load your game and try again. But as you can see, the fact that I fixed 1 point of damage on a mid-range weapon, the reason why it bumped up my repair skill from that is because my repair skill, my armor skill is low as it is already. Where's armor? Armor skill of 7. And I'm pretty sure it has to be at like either 50 or 75 to repair enchanted items. So I have to spend money at a smith to have my weapons fixed on a regular basis. Where does that money come from? Well, selling poisoned apples is a great way to start. And then as you start going through dungeons and looting and selling all that off, you start to expand your war chest, which is very important. Got to have that money. So we can go over here to the Mystic Emporium. It's 10:58 p.m. Yeah, I have his ear because he likes me. Stick my tongue in that ear. All right. So 11 hours will make it 10. 10 hours will make it 9 a.m. So let's just do 9 a.m. Wait till the shop's open. I got to do this every so often. So I'm pretty sure I can sell my poison apples in here.
For you, of course. Have a look around.
I cannot, but I can sell these.
That's a fair deal. That seems fair.
Now I've had as much as like 12 or 13,000 gold in this playthrough, but as you do things like buy houses or buy items for your houses like deeds or whatever, like or unlock rooms or storage chests or whatever in these houses that you get entitled to via downloadable content and whatnot, and it chews up your gold. It does. So it's important to be, looting anything that seems like it might be worth some money. So you find scrolls in a dungeon, take that shit. If you have the means to steal without being detected, take that shit. Steal it, damn it. Steal it all. It's important that you do. It really is. And of course, you want to make sure that they don't have any. They might have something that you want. Hands of the Atronach. That's heavy armor, but it does some cool shit if you. But he's always going to carry those, so like you'll always have the chance to buy those all throughout the game. That's never going to vanish from his inventory. So if you don't want to buy them now, you don't have to. They'll be there for you. You can only buy them once, obviously, but All right, here I can sell her some poison apples. So let's. Oh, I got 19. See if she'll buy them. Oh yeah. Now you can sell these for more than what she's buying them for from some vendors. It just depends, but getting about 1,000 for 4 isn't a bad deal. It's enough, and because you get a faster growth to your what do you call it? to your mercantile skill for more expensive sales. So when you sell a more expensive item as opposed to a less expensive item, it grows your mercantile skill faster. So instead of selling them all, sell them one at a time. And it's going to work up your mercantile. And the higher your mercantile, the more you can haggle for. And of course, when you haggle for higher, you're getting more per sale, and the more gold you make per sold item, the higher your mercantile skill increases per sale. So it's a positive feedback loop. And at mercantile 100, you can basically haggle at maximum if the person all the way likes you. So there's a bit of a ratio math involved there. Like you can haggle at mercantile skill 100 if the person hates you and you have a 10 liked, like your speech skill is like 100, but you haven't, got them to like you yet, and their feelings towards you is 10 out of 100, their disposition. You won't be able to haggle as high, even if your speech skill and your mercantile skill are maxed out. So once that mercantile skill is maxed out and their disposition towards you is 100, you can go all the way and make some serious money. So it's, something you want to work towards. And by all means, try to keep your inventory as light as possible. And if you see that you have something you don't really need, or if you see something in the dungeon that you could loot but you don't need it and you have the ability to carry it, it's not too heavy, pick it up, sell it. Money's money, right? Money is money. All this shit's just money. Yes, we know. You want to keep all those, though. Well, no, let's get rid of the potions of sorcery. I use more combat than magic for this particular build, so my magic regenerates fast enough for my liking. I don't generally need to quickly regenerate my magicka because of something or other. Most of the ways I use my magicka is just to like drop an invisibility spell to disappear and sneak off. So now we got some cash. We're going to go ahead and recharge all of our items. Me too. All right, so where is Slash and Smash? He'll be able to repair my shit.
Take your time. Oh, your time, baby. Come, baby. Oh, where'd you get that? Impossible. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, huh. Well, you look good. Can I interest you? Fine transaction. A pleasure. The right price and
So as you can see, you're going to use gold. I mean, but I just doubled my gold selling all those poison apples and a few other odds and ends. So again, stopping and looting is always a good move. And after selling all that extra shit, I only have half weight for my inventory, and most of that is in all these weapons. Like, there's 12, 40, 41, 41 and a half, 42, 43, 43 and a half, 45 and a half, 46, 47, 52, 59, 60, 64, 67, 68, you get the idea. So I mean, I most of what I have that I'm carrying that's heavy is that. Now remember, repair hammers and Welkin stones are they will weigh you down quickly. So what we're gonna do next, I think, is we're gonna go to my home base, which at this point in time is down here in Deepscorn Hollow, and we're gonna get rid of the Welkin stones and all but one repair hammer. And anything else that I don't immediately need. Stuff that I might not have wanted to sell, but I'm not trying to carry around. We're going to get rid of it. Because that frees up the amount of space necessary to go loot some more shit. And looting good. Loot good. Let's see. This is all that shit. So any documentados. The fuck? I didn't know I had that. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Could have sold that jewelry. There's always time later, right? See how quickly we can unload some of these burdens? What else do I have that I could possibly offload? Not a whole lot. Yeah, we're pretty much limited there. That's about all we can get rid of. Take a nap. Check for any effects that might be bad for us. Nope, all positive. No vampirism. You gotta nip vampirism in the bud as soon as it happens to you. So if you find yourself getting a porphyric hemophilia or whatever it's called, if you immediately drink a potion of cure disease, like within an hour of it happening, in-game hour, like no big deal, it'll cure it. If you let it fester, you're going to have to go through this whole quest line to get rid of your vampirism, and it is not good times. Although, and Deepscorn Hollow is a pool where you can do the ritual to get rid of that vampirism, so since I do own Deepscorn Hollow, I could theoretically cure myself of vampirism there, but I have to go through the quest and get the certain items and create the thingamajigger to make it happen. There are benefits to being a vampire, but there are also counter benefits to being a vampire, like being weakened by the daylight. If you don't feed on a regular basis, it'll give you more power as a vampire, but it'll also so you'll have stronger benefits at night, and you'll have more stronger vampire powers, but you'll also have like weaknesses that promulgate, like, you know, more weakness towards daylight will occur as you get more and more vampiric because you haven't been feeding. Whereas the more often you feed, the more normal you are. See, get those potions and scrolls and you can sell them. And those fortified fatigue pants, not worth anything to me, but to a merchant, well, that's a totally different matter, isn't it? Right in the Johnson. Shit. Now how do I get out of here? All right, first step. Let's see what the hell we're doing. Now we gotta wait for our light spell to fade so that we're not giving our physical location away. And then once that dissipates and we're no longer highly visible to the enemy, there we go, killing again. Okay, I see what happened. Well, that was kind of anticlimactic, wasn't it? I've actually had a lot of fun playing Oblivion again. It's been a long time since I picked this game up, and then it's almost always necessary that I like start a new character every time I pick this game up because it's like so long from the last time I played. I forgot where I kept all my stuff and all the quests that I did or didn't complete in that particular save file. So I always end up having to basically start a new character because I just get lost from where I was the last time I played, which is pretty wild. It's true for almost every game that I spend like a year or more away from, or even 6 months for that matter. It's like, wait, what was I doing? I load a game and it's like my latest save. I'm like, I don't even know what's going on. It gets even worse with conveyor belt industry type games like Dyson Sphere Project. I had some saves from like a year ago. I'm like, I don't remember what I was doing. No idea. Well, shit. And so as such, you end up having to start completely over because you can't remember like what the hell you had on. And when I was a little more into gaming on the regular, like I had more time in my hands, like I was like living at my dad's on full on disability and I had no life, like it was no big deal. I would just make notes. So I'd end my game and then just like either physically write down or use like a notepad program on Windows to just write down what my progress was. And that's how I kind of kept tidy with not being lost every time I started a game. But now it's like I don't even bother to do all that because I'm not a quote unquote serious gamer so much as a hobbyist. These guys are so weak. Like honestly, I haven't even cheated. Like I'm only like level 4 and I'm just like wiping them out. Pretty wild. Got anything else that's worth money, y'all? Unfinished staff. All right. So what's the next okay. So I guess we go back and tell them the bad news. Hey, everybody's dead. Oh, here's that staff you wanted. Yes, I am. Shut up. All right. Yes, I am a wizard. Are you? You're a wizard, Harry. Yes, yes, I am. Don't forget it either. Jeezy Pete's, where is this asshat? Wandering all over God's green earth looking for this butthole. There he is. Are you kidding me right now? Oh, it's not you anyway. Good, good. was getting upset for a second. I'm like, what do you mean you got time for me? What do you mean, fat? I'm going to take you behind the tennis court and challenge you at push-up contest. Look, fat. All right, so what does he want? Okay. Yes, I need a true mage staff soon. I need more alcohol. I drank too much coffee, got heavily caffeinated. That's calmed down, and I only had like 3 or 4 beers today. I need more. There must be more. More must be had. Oh, shite. Where is he? In the basement? Oh, dear God. There is no basement, is there? All right. I guess it's time for a B&E. Bacons and eggs. Oh, shit. Now I want bacon and eggs since I made that reference. My girlfriend made buns. She did the dough up and turned it into little dough balls, and after she proved it to where it doubled in volume, and now like then she put it and like rolled it in balls and waited for it to double again, and then she baked. Well, she made me bake them. Like, start the oven. Here's the time you bake it for. I'm like, okay, honey, and I did that, and now they're ready to eat. So I need to try one of those buns. Well, actually, I need to try exactly 2 of those buns. I need to try one of those buns as it comes, unmolested. And then I need to cut the second one open and put like some butter or fruit spread in it and see how it tastes with that. What should I choose, Frost? I'm a frigid bitch. What does he want me to do? What did he say? Delmar. Okay, so I'll give you about 24 hours. You know what? I'm on a time crunch here. I'm going to give you 12 hours. You better have my stuff done. And if you don't, there's going to be problems. I might start crying. You really want to see that? You want to see a grown man cry, son? You want to see a grown man cry, son? You want me to sit there and cry in front of you? I will cry so hard you will be humiliated. Secondhand shame. Oh, you about to try my patience, boy. Where my staff at? Where my staff at? I need a gallon of water. I usually have a gallon of water sitting by my desk so that I can just drink water while I'm sitting here. But I drank a little beer. We tried out our brand new French press coffee maker, which made an awesome cup of coffee, I got to tell you. Why couldn't you just hand it to me, you degenerate? Are you trying to waste my time? Now, I noticed that there's no red hands. So does that mean I can just take these? Can I just have these? Are these just to have? What else you got to steal around here? Well, it's not even stealing. It's just having. Take having. Take having. I will stab you in the face with a soldering iron. These guys are impressively dismissive. If I transformed into a dragon and ate you all, you wouldn't have any fucking smart act. These guys are really upsetting me. What am I supposed to do to advance my cause where these people will talk to me? Dude, these guys are upsetting me. I'm getting angry.
Look, I'll pay handsomely if you can procure the item.
What can I help? You. Yeah. You. I wish. If. For you, of course. Please visit me again anytime. I'm delighted. Give Sir my regards.
Greetings, Master. For you, of course.
I'm sorry.
You're not sorry yet. You just think you are. Somebody needs to give me some more quests.
Good day.
Or I'm going to get cranky.
Well met, guildmate. Greetings, apprentice.
Greetings, apprentice.
Down you. Take your time. Take care.
Yes, certainly. Let's see if we can't teach you a thing or two. Bye. I'm sorry.
I will stab you all in the aorta.
I'm sorry. Well, you too. I'm sorry. Well met.
Greetings. Martina. I'm
Well met. You too.
saying. It's interesting.
Your haircut's stupid.
Well, then. Come in. You. What now? I wish I could say. Don't waste your flattery. Don't. That's it. That's right again. Let's do business.
Jesus. Nightfall.
Well, then. What can I interest you?
Hmm.
Anything else? Yes, I happen to see. If it. I have a potion. Tell me more. What can I?
Hmm.
That's another set. Sorry, that's all I had. The rip. If you come across any unusual ingredients in your drawers, be sure to mention them.
Bear with me for a moment. I have to go pee pee. Shouldn't take but a second. sure it's still in there.
And then the Samsung people are telling me that I never even registered a Samsung. The only thing that they have even showing anywhere is the one in the state. Possible that has a Samsung.
Sure for that?
You know, unless I can remember what I found it as.
No. Well, it sounds things your next step is forensic data recovery. Not gonna exhaust it, but it is. That's what you're up for, so forensic data recovery. Going to. Yeah.
It was right next door. I didn't see. Major next door.
Time to clean the veg. We're gonna have to.
That means
We're gonna have to.
the Alaska trip is gone. The Williamsburg trip is gone. The last 4 years of beta are gone. Las Vegas is gone. The trip where I went and hung out with Nathan for his birthday in California is gone. The wedding is gone. It's gone from my perspective. I would have to rely on other people. There's some of those trips that there wasn't anybody there gone.
Try to use the
All of my text messages were
text messages probably are all. Not necessarily. Try everything you just try to use.
there were some things. My cash app is gone.
And that's probably something for us.
So super.
Do your best to just find yourself. It's going to be an asset, and you're going to get more irritated because they're going to be condescending towards us. But once you prove your identity, they'll have to give you recovery options to get into your
pictures of all the situations. She was like,
Oh, good Lord.
You did good, honey.
I did as instructed.
I don't know why the bottom's didn't.
Glass.
Huh?
Glass.
Mm. You're right. A metal can would have browned the bottom. You'll have to put that whiz app back on.
Right then. So, my girlfriend took her phone to a cell phone repair shop, the one that's broken. They tried it with a new battery. The motherboard is fried. The next step in trying to retrieve all of her personal information, login records, stored on device text messages and pictures, is forensic data recovery. For those of you who have ever lost a device or damaged a phone to where you can't get things off of it, 9 times out of 10, the stuff is still on there, but it is not fun to retrieve. We tried everything the easy way, and that was not giving us results. So, unfortunately, we're now going to have to move on to more drastic measures. And I have to tell you, forensic data recovery, which is what step we're at now, is not fun. It's not particularly cheap or affordable. And this is only something you want to do if you really want what's on your phone, because generally what you're in for is buying a new motherboard for that cell phone since the motherboard is fried, or getting a donor phone that's refurbished and still works. You're going to have to desolder the memory unit, the chip on the motherboard that holds all the memory for the motherboard. You're gonna have to pull that off the one that works completely, heat it up and remove the solder, and then you're going to have to solder on the memory chip from the damaged motherboard and try it that way. Now, that doesn't always work. And if it doesn't, you need very specialized equipment to hook up all of the connector pins to the old memory unit from the damaged motherboard. And then you have to go in there with basically a oscillator and voltmeter and check for what sectors are intact and what sectors are damaged that's stopping it from working. And they bill you by the hour for this, by the way. Because it takes a lot of training, education, experience, and specialized equipment that's not always cheap, it costs what it costs. So that can be a couple $100, it can be a couple $1,000. Sometimes they charge by megabyte or whatever, but generally they for something like this, in this particular instance, you're looking at paying by the hour. Effectively, what you're looking at is surgery after a fashion, kind of like advanced engine diagnostics and repair for automotive. Now, replacing the memory on a damaged motherboard is not the point. You want what's on the existing memory chip. So if all you need is as much of the data as can be recovered off of that chip, you pay. And I can tell you right now, if you smash your cell phone, run it over with a truck, 9 times out of 10, the government can still get information off of that device if they really want you. If they have to nail you and like prosecute you and they just have to have your ass on a dinner plate, like even smashing your device with a hammer might not be enough to keep the government from getting incriminating evidence from your phone. So because that is true, the odds are strong we will be able to get some or all of the information off of her broken phone, but unfortunately, we are crossing over into the throw money at it phase, and this is not a good time because number one, there's fundamentally no guarantee as to how much data is available to be recovered, and number two, there's no way to guarantee how much it will or won't cost. So this has just become quite an undertaking, which is not fun at all to say the next part, but I cannot stress to you enough how critical it is that you back up your device on a regular basis. And you don't want to back it up to just like, I dump pictures off my phone onto my computer so I can do my weekly wrap up for my Sunday podcast. You also probably want to keep a couple of different flash drives with identical data on them and keep them apart from each other. So if something happens to one, the other one's still intact. There's not a lot of ways to guarantee that your data is ever 100% safe. I cannot stress enough to you how fragile your phone is and how many things can go terribly wrong where you lose all of that. The least among her issues is accessing her Cash App with all of her stocks on there. She can get that back. She can contact them and prove her identity, and they'll have to let her back on. She's going to have to jump through some flaming hoops. It's going to suck ass, and it's probably going to take her 3 or 4 hours of verification. It's not going to be fun talking to a condescending asshole from India with a terrible Urdu accent or whatever is like the least of it. But the data recovery, this is not going to be a good time. But apparently she's had her phone for 4 years, so there's cause to try to recover as much of that data as possible because it isn't, it's one thing to lose a few months of pictures, but it's another thing entirely to lose what amounts to 4 years of your life and memories. So Mm. 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 What, hon? It's my computer. Mm. 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 Well, then fuck off. Mm. 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 Hmm. All right. So I just was spending a little time uh, helping my girlfriend out locate some local businesses that specialize in these advanced forensic data recovery repair techniques. This stuff is pretty finicky, requiring no special tools and therefore garnering a little bit more expense than most people would be used to. You fucking rat. So this is what I hate. It's like you just instantly get disease from one attack in this game sometimes. It's very frustrating. But other than cure disease, you can also usually get your diseases cured by praying at an altar. Sometimes. So I'm just giving you guys a heads up. I'm probably gonna kill the stream in about let's go with 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. So in about 12 minutes. I got some things to do. I mean, I'm probably gonna keep gaming throughout the rest of the evening, but I can't stay on stream because I have some personal things I gotta. It's bad enough that I've gotten up and walked away from my stream several times today, but it couldn't be helped. When you love someone, you'll forsake your own stream to help them out. If I was in a relationship with one of you goofballs, I'd do the same for you. But I'm not, so you don't get the same treatment. Maybe if you know how to bake me some bread and you're really good at cooking a roast and you don't mind washing some dishes, you might have a chance, but you're going to have to defeat my girlfriend in Mortal Kombat in order to have a chance to be in a relationship with me. Them's the breaks. Sorry about your luck, Chuck. Yeah, I'm not leaving my girlfriend. I mean, she leaves me, but I'm not leaving my fucking girlfriend. She's too good to just like throw away. Ain't none of y'all can offer me what she's been offering me. She's like the best girlfriend I ever had. She's like kind of out of my league. So not gonna happen. I don't like you couldn't even throw money at me to get me to leave this girl. Like I will pay you like $8,000 a month to be mine. That's profoundly flattering. I wouldn't leave my girlfriend for a check for $30,000 a month. To be honest with you, is there a price? Maybe. But I'm not going to lie to you. If you were willing to pay me $20,000 a month to leave my girlfriend and get with you, whoever you are, whatever gender you are, etc., I'm just going to go behind your back and split it with my girlfriend and cheat on you with my girlfriend. Best girlfriend ever. And I'll tell you I love you with my fingers crossed behind my back. Lead you on, get as much out of you as I can while doing as little as possible to earn it, and then go spend all that money on my girlfriend. She's that awesome. I mean, am I superficial? Do I have shallow thoughts? Do I have hollow pursuits in my mind? Do I want just empty gratification at times? Maybe. Not enough to act on it for the most part. Not in any meaningful way. I knew that was going to hurt as soon as I did it, but I wanted it to hurt because I'm into that. I love breaking my legs from jumping from too high up. Oh shit, I've been spotted. Dude, what the hell keeps hitting me? Not you anymore, is it? Dude, what keeps hitting me? Where is this nebulous enemy? All right, there's one. Jeezy Pete's, what is shooting me? Like, I just don't. This is one of those quests that I just don't remember. Don't remember this quest at all. And I do not have any magica potions, so I'm just kind of caught out. So I'm just going to have to sit here and rally my magic. So cold. I cannot eat quest items. No matter how delicious they may be. I think I got all this dude's tears, but I can't freaking tell because of the way that the lighting works. Wait, I see one. Stop hurting me. Ermigerd, stop hurting me, Ermigerd. This will be the last quest that you guys witness in my game playthrough. Good, good.
My pleasure.
All right. Well, as much as I would like to keep gaming out, I have some matters that I have to attend to. I would personally like to extend my gratitude for you hanging out with me today. For those of you who stopped by and, the thing, man. Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. Seriously, though, I can't thank you enough. All things being equal, I will be seeing you guys back here again Sunday between noon and 4 at least, as I have every week for a little while now. I may be peppering in a couple of personal update videos on YouTube midweek or so that I record in my car going to and from work, but I don't know. I've been having a lot of serious issues with background noise when taking videos of myself in my car as I'm driving. A lot of noise rattle converts through the suspension into the cab, and when I listen to that stuff before I update it, sometimes my voice is kind of just washed out in a brrr, or the blowing of the air conditioner, and it's very distracting. So I don't know. We'll try our best, and if my 2 to 5 minute blurbs aren't clearly audible and they have a lot of annoying aggravating background noise in the video, I'm just not going to send them. Not going to upload them, not going to share them. But yeah, so got a long week ahead of me, probably. I hope. I actually do hope for long weeks because I need the money so freaking bad for like every reason. So for those of you who did stop by just to check me out and see what I'm about, I can't thank you enough. And we will see you next week. Same time, Sunday, noon to 4, maybe later. Like I went late today. It could always happen. Whether you know me from Facebook, Twitter, X, any of the random places I drop my stream link, or even on FetLife, whatever the case may be, I look forward to meeting back up with you again Sunday. And you can always reach out to me on any of those platforms and send me a personal message saying, hey, what's up? You can request games for me to play based upon what you saw in my Steam library. I will play any game that people request me to play as long as I have it. And yeah, I might even balance my shoes on my head if you ask nicely. Till next Sunday, don't work